Enough of that. I know I came in a little bit early, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It be what it be, and all the other phrases that people use. What's up, everybody? I got some songs for you today, dear listener. We got some songs to do. We got some stuff to talk about. It's gonna be fun. It's going to be games. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful time in the village. What's up, Vid and Sorry? Shout out to Danny J. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. I'm going to be starting in about 2 or 3 minutes. Song numero uno is by a band by the name of Black Sabbath. I don't know if you've ever heard of those fellas. Got a little band. They started in their garage or something like that. I don't know. We're going to check them out. Maybe they got something to say. You know. I know, it's been a while, dear listener. It's been a while. Normal, the usual suspects aren't here because they're usually up later. Here's some questions. I will be answering questions throughout this thing. You can ask as many questions as you'd like, dear listener. Do you believe listening to heavy metal can condemn your soul? There is no warning in the Bible ever that says listening to the wrong type of music would condemn your soul. As a matter of fact, there was one guy who kind of had a condemned soul in the Bible, and the only thing that could help him was music. So, no, I don't believe that. What I do believe, though, is that, especially when it comes to metal, as people that listen to this kind of music, it's almost like it's a very communal type thing, and you see it when you go to a rock show, and so there could be spiritual danger relative to like getting caught up in certain subcultures, right? Like, I don't mean that for Behemoth, but there are other bands that are like actually dedicated to Satan and pushing forth the satanic agenda, and I think bands like that could imperil a person's soul, but I'm not sure that just listening to heavy metal itself, even listening to music like that, would necessarily imperil your soul. It's definitely not a thing where you can find in the Bible where God's like, I don't like that set of notes. Like they had this like devil's triad thing, and it was a big thing they were warning all the parents about, but I'm sure you already know that. Well, it's about darn time. Good to see everybody. How you doing today, sir? I'm doing very good. Overshadow Sean. Vatane, yes. Vatane is exactly what I was talking about. We actually had an interview with Vatane set up. And he backed out at the last minute or something like that. I think it was because he figured out I was a Christian or something. But yeah, like he had said like, let's talk to him. Let's see. So that was that's interesting. Pray for direction for Sori's parents. Let's say it that way. Kai! Kai! What's up, baby? All the stars are in the building. All the stars are in the building. Okay, guys, we're going to get to a song number 1. Let me know. Oh, by the way, guys, let me know if you can hear me okay. If I'm coming in fine, let me know. I hope that's Kai. That better be Kai. That's definitely Kai. That better be Kai. Hey, Byron in the house. Okay, guys, we're going to go to song numero uno, song 1. And that's by a band called Black Sabbath. Let me see if there's any thingamajiggy here from the alliance leaders or whatnot relative to Black Sabbath. Yep, here's our Chero. On 22nd July 2025, we lost one of metal's most iconic figures, John Michael Osborne, better known to his fans as Ozzy or the Prince of Darkness. You know what? Considering that this is an Ozzy, like, dedication celebration thing, I don't want to just that's a pretty special thing. Where's our Chero? So we're going to be listening to music for sure. I just want to make sure that these guys are good with it, because it looks like a pretty special thing, and I don't want to just miss that. Let me see. Let me talk to our Chero. Hey, I'm on right now, but it looks like this one's a pretty special list. You're good. I gotta roll. I'll be back in a bit. Good to see you. Yeah. We'll definitely be here. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Since the Aussie people aren't here yet, and still in hospital. Okay. All my folks are in physical peril for some reason. I don't know why, but everybody's in some bad physical shape. That's okay. So okay, guys, here's what we'll do. We'll listen to some metal like periodically for sure. But I really want to make sure that those guys get to be here when they do this, because it looks like a really important thing for them. So what I'll do is I'll do an Ask Me Anything, and we're gonna be here for a couple hours together, guys. So I'll just do an Ask Me Anything. We could do an Ask Me Anything. We'll hang out, and then every once in a while I'll put on some music and we'll review some music. Okay? Danny Trujillo. We're getting old. Yeah, man. It's the way of all flesh, as it says in the Bible. Dwayne says, I am filming the 2nd season of The Lowdown. Yeah. I gotta get hooked up back again with my movie guy. I have a movie guy that I'm. You guys remember Franco? I gotta get rehooked up with Franco so we can get those movie streams up as well. What do you guys want to do? Let's open it up to the crew. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to watch something? You guys want to talk? You want to watch a movie? What y'all want to do? I'm down for anything. If you guys want me to watch a movie, do you know any celebrities as popular as me? Yes. I know a couple. I actually know a couple celebrities. Personally, no, none of them are as popular as you specifically. So you occupy a special place there, old buddy, old pal. Good question. Let me change the name of this thing here. And then we'll get back into it. Let's see, update titles. Let's watch King Ivory. I don't know what King Ivory is. Does somebody tell me what King Ivory is? Somebody tell me, what is King Ivory? Get the snuff out of here. It's about time, gang. Yeah, I figured. Applejack in the house. Applejack, send me an email, Vince@gmail. Actually, hey, Dwayne, if you have Applejack's number, send him my new number. Applejack, send me an email, Vince@gmail.com. I gotta update you on some stuff, bruh. No, we did not quit. When that happens, we'll let you know. It's just people got health issues, man. I can't really get into a lot of specifics, guys, but it's all good. If you're, that's right, the Lowdown. Okay, wait a second. So when you said the Lowdown season 2, is it a series of shows or is it an actual thing? Is it or is it just the Lowdown part 2? Also, you're working with Sean Penn. Didn't he just win an Oscar or something like that? Didn't Sean Penn just win an Oscar? Yeah, Sean Penn, I'm pretty sure it was Sean Penn. Somebody did a pretty good job with something or other. They wanted to give the black dude from Sinners the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, but I mean, he didn't really do anything groundbreaking in my opinion in that movie. It was cool. Michael B. Jordan played 2 roles and they were convincing on both sides, so that was okay. But the Delroy Lindo character was everybody's favorite, but he didn't really do anything acting wise that was incredible, in my opinion. I don't know. Yeah, and then he ghosted the Oscars. Man. Yeah, I bet you do miss your girls and your wife, bro. I bet you do. So you guys got health issues too that's keeping you guys apart. It's hard, bro. It's hard. But, we got metal, we got the community. So you're gonna get out of the hospital. Stuff's gonna turn out right for her, folks. It's gonna be all good. Good. Yeah. So what's been going on with everybody? What y'all been on? Like, what y'all been up to? What's the big story? Anything interesting? Hey, anything interesting happened while I was away? Holy smokes, guys. We are in it. We are in it, y'all. I don't know what y'all are thinking, but it's been pretty crazy. Now I'm here. Yeah, Ben Beer, good to see you, baby. Ben Beer, what was it? What do you always say, Ben? Timestamp? Is that what you say? The whole world went into chaos because me and Shorty had been out of the street. Enjoying this amazing beginning to 2026. Now, are you being sarcastic, Unc, or is 2026 going actually good for you? Because the world is kind of crazy right now, but that don't mean it's crazy for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I was saying that, like, yo, the minute like we left the internet, everything blew up, went crazy. Video description timestamp. Hey, I was waiting for that, gang. I was like, yo, I hope Ben shows up. We'll do the timestamp stuff. So what's going on with everybody's favorite bands? Who are your favorite bands from now on? Like, who y'all feeling? Who do you guys love? Who do you love? Obviously, there's craziness going on with situation in the Middle East. They say it that way. It's pretty tough stuff for everybody to deal with. I understand that, but I was figuring we could hang out, we could talk. I definitely will. You should do it yourself, buddy. You should do it yourself. What? The Vidsters online? Yeah. I was like, you know what? I should probably talk to Sarcast. I haven't seen the homie in a while. So I decided I was gonna hit you up. So here we are. I'm just opening the floor for questions, just for a hangout session, maybe. Nothing too official per se. Lamb of God just released Into Oblivion, the new album, just this Friday. Megadeth released their final album last month. What do you mean by final album? Like they're not gonna record anymore? They're done? Like Megadeth is gone, done? One of my close homies from the channel is M Death Fan. I still have him as a Death Fan in my phone. Family's good. We got some serious health issues that it doesn't look like folks are going to necessarily recover from. So there's that. Shalom, Mishmoka. Good to see you, baby. I went there by Dar El Salam. Who? You went where? Oh. I'm in, oh, wow. Wow, so you went to Egypt covering the war? Be safe out there, man. That region is mega hectic, man. Mega hectic. Be very careful. Oh, their last album before the farewell tour. You know what, though? Like, at some point, these bands gotta go, right? Like, it's like LeBron. Like, you know, you don't want to see him just go there and like I was watching Lars, and he just can't do it anymore. He just can't. You know, it's, I don't know if it's sad, but you know, it's the way of the world. You know, death is a destiny of everyone. So it's kind of like when you see people that you grew up with, and these people are like gods to you, you know, and he can't do that little segment that he was doing in his sleep, you know, back in the days. I have like Cunning Stunts, I've got it on a DVD set, and it's just Metallica, you know, in the 80s. It was like for the Justice tour. It's like one of the first tours that Jason went with them on, you know, and it was just, energy was just crazy. It just really makes you understand, like, none of us are going to be here forever, man, you know? And that's why it's a little bit sad, because it's kind of like when you see your band saying this is the final time, this is the final record, farewell tour, it's just a finality. It's difficult to deal with, you know. What's your opinion on what everybody's talking about the OKC Thunder repeating this season? I am still a LeBron guy. I feel like LeBron does have enough left in him such that if they make it to the playoffs and Luka and the other guy, I forgot the other white boy's name. The one I really, he's my favorite player on the team. I know that Luka's like the big star. Austin Reeves is actually my favorite player on that team. If he can, he's dropping about 20, 25. Luka's stuck at 30. LeBron's at 17 right now. I think that a lot of LeBron's strategy is to conserve his energy in the regular season, take games off, take time off of defense, and then if they get the opportunity to have a big run, I think, especially this playoffs, I think you're going to see LeBron go all out. I saw him dive on a ball, you know, that kind of thing. So that's my opinion on LeBron. I'd rather see my favorite tour. Yes, that's also true. There is something Sarcast just brought up. There is something really honorable about a band being able to get out there on their own terms. And that was one of the toughest things for me when I started the channel, was like discovering all these ridiculously good metal bands and then finding out that the singer's dead, or finding out that this guitarist that I was like blown away by is dead. Being like, yo, listening to a guy like John Lennon in Imagine and being like, yo, we got to get an interview with bro. You know what I'm saying? I miss that. There's a lot of guys that you can't do that with. Yeah, so it is true. You lose a lot of people in the metal community suddenly. Oddly enough, when I was coming up, the only sudden death that I had to really truly deal with was Biggie. You know, I didn't care about Tupac. I mean, now, good night. These rappers are dying like crazy. They're dropping like flies now. But back in the day, it wasn't like that. You'd get, you know, close to an artist, you know, psychologically, and you'd be okay. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting on that Lennon interview. That's someone was like, "Hey, babe, come here. I don't think he's alive anymore." I'm like, "What? What do you mean he's not alive anymore?" And she's like, "Yeah, I don't think he's alive anymore." So I start checking all the comments, and they're like, "You idiot!" They're like, "You moron! He's been dead since before you were born," or whatever. And I'm like, "Oh shit." Apparently that was supposed to be like some big problem. You don't consider Imagine by John Lennon as a communist manifesto? Nah, I didn't think it was a communist manifesto. If it was a communist manifesto, I would have probably ranked it higher. I had a problem with Imagine because I just felt like it was way overly simplistic and childish in like every sense of the term. But apparently that song is like massively important to people. So, you know, I still gave it a very, very high rating, but I gave it an honest rating. And you know, people always say things like, "Oh, we want the reactor to be honest or whatever. We don't like the, you know, whatever." And so like, but I think I was too honest in that reaction. I don't think people are like literally want to hear how you actually feel about stuff about their favorite band if it's not like overtly positive. Communism is great symbolically and in small communities where it is manageable. Yeah, I think that communism and capitalism are both ideas that can work on paper, but are both ideas that do not account for human sinfulness. Capitalism can work for everybody if people who are advantaged don't go and try to exponentiate their advantages over other people so that it's no longer a competition, right? So, but if we had an actual meritocracy where literally if you have the best idea and the best work ethic you can win, then everybody would love capitalism. But that's not how the system plays out when it hits the ground. And the reason for that is not the fault of the system. The reason for that is us. I mean, the Bible says that God added laws because of sin. So the more sinful people are, the more laws you have to create. So I think both of those economic systems are really good economic systems. It's just they don't account for human sinfulness. The same thing with communism, right? I think Animal Farm illustrated that pretty well. Is that what you're saying is somebody is going to be a leader, right? So there's a lot of like back and forth there. Alice in Chains, gone. Chris Cornell, gone. Kurt Cobain, gone. Linkin Park, Pantera, Mastodon, Motorhead. Yeah. I remember I had introduced Sorry to the song Like a Stone. And then I think 5 days later, Cornell died. When Chester died, I didn't tell my brother because that was his favorite band. That was the first band. I remember we were in New York City, and I had discovered Korn, I had discovered metal, and he's my little brother, so he wants to be like me, but he can't listen to Korn because that's my thing. I remember him coming up to me and be like, "Yo, I found my band." And I was like, "What is it?" And it was Crawling by Linkin Park. I'm like, "Man, boys are soft, blah, blah, blah." That was his band, man. Obviously, he found out anyway, you know. But, yeah, I guess I guess they're together now, so. Fuck. Last year was one big farewell party for Ozzy. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. You know, but he's like 70 something. Anytime, like, especially if I know that they know Jesus, like, anytime somebody in like their mid 70s or whatever is out of here, like, it's just not tragic to me. I don't know. Like, it's like, yeah, man, like, you had your run, you did everything you were supposed to do, you touched millions of people. You're not going to learn anything else here, man. It's time to go. You know, it's just time to go. And I'm certain, man, that was a great homecoming for him. You know, I'm coming home. I love the Christian message, man. I love the Christian message because it says that you can be a guy like Ozzy who on the outside, oh, he's the Prince of Darkness, blah, blah, blah. And he loved his Jesus, man. You know, he never, up until his dying day, he was talking about God and all this other stuff. I mean, people can feel how they want, they can judge however they want, but I have perfect faith that Ozzy's up there for sure. But yeah, Ozzy went out perfect, man. He went out the way you're supposed to go. I remember talking to, being in organizations and things like that, and like I remember like distinctly having those conversations, like dying in going out on your shield, right? Like that's the way you want to go. That's what you go from. Yeah, it's just a weird thing, right? Where people go from like the normal fear of death, and then like, you get trained up and shit. And you're like, all right, well, and then it's like you're told to like expect death, like act like you're dead, and in doing so, you actually save your life because, whatever. So there's that level where you're like, all right, I crossed this thing, I'm dead already, blah blah blah. There's no fear, and then. It's a strange phenomenon, and I've never really looked into it, and I probably never will, but it's a strange event horizon that some people cross in those organizations where you end up wanting to leave the earth in that kind of circumstance. It's a weird thing, because it's a young man's game. So it's not like you can, yeah, it's weird. That's very weird. I love this quote from Ozzy's book. Medic asked him, "Sir, what drug did you take?" Ozzy says, "The real question is, which drug didn't I try? Which drug have I not taken?" That's Ozzy, man. That's just homie. That's just like he was kind of like a kid at some level. You know what I'm saying? Like bro was kind of like childlike. There's a difference between being childish and childlike. And Ozzy seemed to be he seemed very childlike with a lot of stuff. Riv in the house! Gang, gang, gang! Good to see you, Riv! Last conversation I remember having with Riv, we were talking about, what do you call it? We were talking about an animated series that we're going to watch with him. Which is pretty fun. Hunter with the Batman chingamajiggy. What you on, Hunter? How you doing? I saw Fireside a couple weeks ago, missed it because I was asleep. Hunter, send me an email. I got a new phone number, so send me an email. I'll get it to you. Send me an email and I shall get it to thee. Hey, Tony, hey, is that the Lone Rider? Did I just see something from Tony the Lone Rider Smith? What's up, baby? Good to see you. We're doing an Ask Me Anything right now, so we can talk about anything. As far as the Oklahoma City Warriors go, Oklahoma City Thunder. I actually like what those guys are doing a lot, actually. I love that Shea brought back the mid-range. Steph kind of ruined the game. Everybody and their mother now wants to be some sort of three-point specialist. And I just think that, I'm not really a fan of the let's chuck up 98,000 three-pointers, right? A game. Like, I'm not really a fan of that. Let's get down by 20 and then randomly chuck up, a bunch of three-pointers. I understand it's exciting to a degree, it's unorthodox, but I just never liked it. So I'm glad that Shea is making mid-range great again. You know what I'm saying? Good, Luminous. Taking care of folks. If you're a praying person relative to people and their health, pray about that. If you're a believer that prayers for people's health can improve, I'd ask you to pray about that situation for sure. For sure. But at the same time, I hate flopping SGA. He plays unethical. I'm sorry, man, but to me, what's happening is Steph invented this brand of basketball to where if you can hit 12 threes in a game, then you're going to be the big guy. And the way that the Cleveland Cavaliers beat the Warriors that year when they were down 3-1 was they just picked on Steph. Anybody who Steph was guarding, they gave the ball and told him to attack. So because he was so weak defensively, people just went after him. What I think is happening in the game is that when I was growing up, you had Mutombo, you had Jordan and Pippen. People played defense really, really hard. And they knew how to play defense. This current generation of player is, on the offensive side, way more skilled than what I grew up watching. Right? So the late 80s, early 90s, the skill level, the ability to handle the ball, basketball IQ, technical prowess in maintaining your form in all different kinds of situations. This current iteration of basketball player are the greatest set of skills I have ever seen in professional sports. The downside of that is that defense is not at a premium, especially with figuring out how to defend somebody that has a mid-range shot. A player with a mid-range shot is extremely difficult to guard because it only takes a half a second to get up there. So I think the reason that Shai gets a lot of fouls is because this current generation of basketball player doesn't know how to play defense. They're great, they're mega skilled as far as like offensive production, but defense, they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's what I think. Vid, do you remember how you found that Zyklon B reference in Cradle of Filth's lyrics? Since then I knew your analysis was brilliant. I wouldn't have found it ever. I probably wouldn't have found it, but probably what had happened is, you guys know how obsessive I get. I was probably researching something about the Holocaust or something like that and ran into Zyklon B somehow, and so it was like in my head, right? Like I have so many things in my head right now. I've got literally like 3 or 4 books like in my head right now that I'm like, oh my god, this is insane. So that's probably why. Have to check out Battery is Low, My Heart is Happy. Good to see you, Vin. Good to see you, baby. I'll see you soon. No wonder you have been responding to my texts. No, yeah, but yeah, like I don't know. And the other thing too is that like the constant stopping in fouling is not good for the game, right? Like that's not good for basketball. So I don't think that the other thing too is that the ratings for that playoff game where the with OKC and Indiana were extremely low, right? So I'm like, I don't think the NBA has a vested interest in calling these fouls for this guy, right? Like If he was in LA, I'd say okay. If he was in New York or even Boston, I'd say okay. But he's in OKC, and it's completely counterintuitive. Honestly, OKC to me are some of the most boring champion superstars I've seen in my life. Like when they won, they didn't even celebrate. They said that they went home and played 2K. You know what I'm saying? Like you just won a championship, but they went home and won and played 2K. So to me, I'm like, okay, the league has no real reason to promote this guy, promote his style of play, give him all these calls. So to me, I still think the reason he gets those calls is by and large he deserves it. That's what I'm thinking. It's been hectic, man. I ain't gonna sugarcoat. It's been hectic, man. Like you get to the end of life issues. It gets hectic. Vin, it's the age of AI. Let them write your books. Just provide the outline. Just provide the outline. Here's the thing about AI, right? You know everything that I write or something is going to have some theological something, right? So if I tell the AI, boom, go do this, right? I'm saying this from experience. Boom, go do this. I then go and like proofread everything to make sure that it's right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what's the difference between using AI and writing it at the same time? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think of the WWE? Are you a fan? I loved wrestling growing up as a kid. I loved wrestling growing up as a kid. It used to be called, it's still called Monday Night Raw. And I was a major fan during the Attitude Era. And the Attitude Era in the NBA was just insane. It was mind-boggling. Some of the stuff, Sarcast, that I've happened upon, I think would blow you away. Like, I think, Sarcat, you'd be like, well, shit, I gotta really stop and consider that. Like, literally. I think you would. I was actually thinking about you when I was like, what? This is insane. All I can tell you guys is that Christianity is true. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll probably do just an 8-hour marathon session and lay out all the things that I've found, because it's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely insane. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Anyway, what do I think of the WWE? I loved it during the Attitude Era. Obviously, Stone Cold, Steve Austin. The Rock was my favorite at the time because he was just so sanctimonious and silly. Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. It was so fun, man. Monday nights were fun, man. We used to go back and forth between Monday Night Raw and then the NFL, you know? And so it was... When you're a kid, man, you're mega blessed and you don't really know how blessed you are, you know? That's when we were all together. My brother was around, my mom was around. That was a good time. That was a good time, sure. I'm finally on the right live stream. Good to see you, Tony. Good to see you, babe. I'm glad you're still around, man. You know, some of us got assigned some real tough assignments. What do you think of the Chris Benoit controversy? I don't know that there's a controversy other than the obvious. Chris Benoit, you know, something between traumatic brain injury and his steroid use went crazy and murdered his entire family at one point. Hold on, guys. Let me turn off this oven real quick. I shall return. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by! have returned. Yeah, so tell me about the Chris Benoit controversy, and I'll tell you what I think of it. I've got I don't know about a debate. I don't usually publish my debates. One of my debates got out. I did a debate on Isaiah 53, and that debate got out. I don't know how that got out, but it did. And I promptly hit it again. I generally don't like to post my debates on these shows. And the reason is because I always feel like there's a gigantic element of ego in debates, right? Like, you want to go there and you want to prep and you want to make sure that you have all your bases covered because you want to win. Now, obviously, like, you're out there trying to fight for truth and the angels and all that. And I understand that, and that's genuine and it's real. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, feels like there's a lot of ego, you know. So it's one of those things where it's like I kind of like struggle. I struggle with it, so I don't post it. Luminous Night in here. Good to see you. Check it out. Battery is low. Let me see. I gotta check it out, but I'll forward you next time. Till then, I'm singing prayers and healing energy your way. Oh, good, Luminous. Good. Let me know. But yeah, people. I enjoy the Scott Horton debates usually. Yeah, Scott Horton. That's such a. It's actually going to be about some concepts in the Old Testament. Actually, it's funny because I actually had the debate here first, like 6 years ago. Oh man, that was crazy. And it was a Jewish dude, and he was one of us. But he still knew Judaism. So we were arguing back and forth about a specific word, and I was claiming it was one word, and he was claiming it was another word, and he's like, I'm gonna read this verbatim in the original language, and he did. And then when he did, it was the word that I used. Anyway. That's what the debate's gonna be on. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. How about that freaking was a street promised him 2,000 years ago? Vin, is there a band? Yeah, there's an actual band that's on a blacklist that we will never react to. Yeah. And the reason for that is because the main dude in the band said he makes music specifically to truly destroy people. And to me, I just can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You know what I'm saying? I'll listen to satanic music. I'll listen to, whatever, and we'll talk about it. But I don't want to be a person. Because there's so many people like, oh, I discovered this band when I listened to you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't want it to be, I don't want that kind of energy about this particular band. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I won't even mention who they are. Some people, like some OG people know who I'm talking about. They put it together, but yeah, that's been the only band that's on the blacklist. Every other band, like I said, we listen to Watain. We've listened to 7 or 8 Watain songs, and those reviews always go pretty long. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But other than that, no. I mean, everything else is pretty. We're pretty liberal about covering everything, doing everything. But that band, no. I don't think that that's cute. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just think that as a person who's lost a lot of people that way, it's just not something I think should be played with. But I don't have any judgments for anybody that likes that band. I understand why they would like the band. I completely I get it to a degree. So I don't have any judgments for anybody that listens to that band. You know what I mean? Not that anybody cares, but that's kind of where I'm at with it. Benoit's a surviving son. I don't know where he was when the tragedy happened. Yeah, I'm waiting. Somebody said that there was like a Chris Benoit controversy, like something happened, so I'm waiting to hear what he was talking about. Did you ever pick BJJ back up? What do you think of Joel Webbin? I think that when you are the majority demographic in the most powerful, affluent country, nation, empire that has ever touched the planet Earth, there are certain things and privileges that you have that just come naturally to you, so you think that that's how the world is. And there's a certain level of comfort and security that goes along with being the majority demographic in the most powerful country on the planet. And when you have other people that are saying, hey, we're not the majority, and these and bad things are actually happening to us, and because that's not your experience, because you exist in this privileged experience, you mock and dismiss and whatever everybody has to say. And then when you wake up one day and you realize that in very short order, you're going to lose that position. And you're going to lose that majority status position to people who your folks previously oppressed and dispossessed and took their things. And now that same group of people has grown numerous in the land. Now, I use the term numerous in the land for a very specific reason. For the rest of you guys, Joel Webbin is a Christian who is preaching a message of racial segregation, extreme remigration, things like that. He says that we should discourage interracial marriages because there has been a concerted effort to erase white people, and since white people are a minority in the earth, because the earth only has 16% white people, then it means that they are actually the ones that are, in trouble. They're the ones that are actually being discriminated against, etc., etc. And there's a lot of people that have been extremely surprised by this, because the guy's coming out and saying insane things. And the other thing is, we have bro on TV, on record, in other contexts, saying things like race doesn't matter, he doesn't see color, blah, 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 blah. But now that he looks and he sees in 8 to 10 years, Anglo-Saxons are going to be the minority in this country, he's terrified, and he wants to stop the tide. So one way to stem that tide is no interracial marriage. The other way to stem that tide is to send all the Mexicans back to Mexico, damn it. So I think what he's peddling is terrible. I think it's contrary to the spirit of the gospel. But I am not going to say that he's Hitler or something like that, because to me, he's just afraid. And the fact of the matter is, he should be. Because there's an entire demographic of people that have been the dominant group in this country, and they don't understand how to operate in a in contexts where they're not dominant. And so that transition, I believe, is going to be extremely bloody. I think a lot of people are going to die in the next couple of years because of this, because of that fear. That's what I believe. I don't believe that those folks are going to voluntarily release their handle on power. We've already seen this. The El Paso shooter explicitly stated that he's doing this because he wanted to encourage our friends from the South to stay where they are. He killed all those people. I think he killed like 23 people because white people were being replaced by brown people, and he wanted to kill a bunch of brown people so they'd think twice about coming into this country. And that was about 5-6 years ago. So as these demographics begin to change, and as they begin to start losing elections in places where they were guaranteed to be successful, I think there's going to be a lot of active shooter situations. That's what I think. I think that there are white accelerationists that are terrified right now of being minorities, and I think that they would rather die than live in America where they're not the majority. And so that kind of like cowardly suicidal ideation can turn into something that galvanizes people, because look at the sacrifice this guy made for the white race or whatever. That is what I think is happening. What tables I was using to measure this and predict this stuff, they're all pretty much open for everybody. Vin, you are a very smart and empathetic human being. I appreciate that. The controversy was that the WWE blacklisted Chris Benoit and completely scrubbed him from all See, this guy Chris Benoit murdered his entire family, and then he ended his own life. But let me ask you this, Hunter: are they doing the same thing with Eddie Guerrero? Because didn't Eddie Guerrero kill a couple folks in his family before he offed himself? I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, Dave? Oh, what? What? Damon Sage? Damon Sage. Oh my God. Guys, you have no idea. Damon Sage is like, I can't even tell you guys. Oh my God, Damon freaking Sage. As if I missed that. Damn it. I hope he's still around. Is the background music too loud? Well, yeah, it sounds pretty high. Why didn't anybody else tell me? The hell is wrong with you guys? Why didn't you tell me? All right, hopefully I fixed it. Thank you for whoever said that. Dean, I appreciate you. Oh, okay, so Eddie Guerrero died of a heart attack. Okay. The only part of me that would be okay with like the complete erasure of Chris Benoit is if the people in the family, like the extended family, like, hey, this guy murdered our daughter, I don't want you galvanizing him. If it was that, then I'm good. I'm good with them deleting his memory, and I'm also good with them not sharing with us if that's what it was. But if it was anything other than that, I think that that's trash to do. See what I'm saying? If they primary Massey, these rich foreign donors are going to catch these hands. They could primary him if they want. I still think they're going to get destroyed. Massey, I think, could actually easily run for the presidency, in my opinion. Thank you, Thorn, for the feedback on the sound, by the way. I appreciate it. You guys got to give me feedback, guys. But yeah, I think if they primary Massey, I think he'd win. And I actually think, hey, I'm gonna test out a different kind of mic. Let me see if you guys if this does anything. All right, so let me know if you guys can hear me louder or less with this new mic. Let me know. You guys want to do a song reaction? All right. Well, I can't do the major one that I was gonna do because the guys aren't there, but I could do a. I'll do some one-offs and I'll take $25 off. So yeah, throughout, if we're talking and you want a song reviewed, we'll do 50. Voice now sounds cheaper. Voice sounds cheaper. Tell me about this microphone. What do you think about this microphone I'm using now? What do you think I'm using now? Let me take the mic. The mic mode will still do voice isolation. I get up at like 4:30. Oh, that's brutal. Go to bed, bruh. Go to bed. I'm high on Rubio, but that was before the war. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I what I like about Rubio is that he's very articulate, and I get from him that he really knows what he's doing. The problem is that Mr. Trump is just not somebody you can say no to. I do know that Rubio is a Zionist, and so us going after the Iranians, hey. But yeah, after this situation, I'm not really a fan. I mean, I don't know if you guys know or not, but I'm just not a fan of war, period. Um, especially wars. We're so far removed. I've got a friend, and she's got an app where she hangs out with her Iranian friends. She hasn't heard from them in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff like that really kind of like really stabs you in the guts, man. It hurts, Stuff like that where it's like, damn. So, it's things like that are kind of tough to deal with relative to Rubio. I kind of give him a pass. I just don't think that. I think what Joe Kent did was extremely brave, and I think to ask Marco Rubio to do that, I think is crazy. But at the same time, like, I don't know, man. It just looks to me like there are some elements in the government that are just, for whatever reason, I don't know if love war. I don't know what they love. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know exactly what these people love, but it just looks like there isn't a war that they don't love. I'm specifically talking about evangelical Christians because that's my group. In my entire lifetime, I haven't seen a war that evangelical Christians don't love and celebrate. Solosis also released a banging album last month. That's why I missed what I mentioned, Megadeth and Lamb of God. Okay. I have it on good authority that we're probably going to be listening to some Solosis pretty soon here. For sure. Okay. I think that ratio should be okay volume-wise. Yeah, what have you guys been listening to? Yeah, you know, actually, because I made it so that I don't listen to music unless it's on the channel, so I can have a fresher sort of experience with the songs. I haven't been able to listen to a lot of metal. I haven't been able to listen to any metal recently, so I've had to but at the same time, like I said, I've been like in the lab, like really researching the stuff that I'm working on, and the stuff it's just so incredible to me that it actually made me angry at like the evangelicals I grew up with. I'm like, instead of focusing on this stuff, like I don't know how you look at all the information that I don't know how like you look at it and then be like, yeah, Jesus made the whole thing up. Like when I show you, first of all, if I were to tell you, you'd be like, nah, it didn't really happen. I'm like, okay. It's insane. It's insane. So I don't even know what I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I don't even know if we're gonna talk about it on the channel. I'm not sure. I went back to Katie Bush last day. I don't know what that means. Ben, is there a Solosis song you want to listen to? Hold on, guys. Let me see. I think Ben wants to listen to some Solosis. Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Ben. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 minute. I still can't get into my PayPal account. I still can't get in my PayPal account. Password change. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, I can't get into PayPal. Apparently, it's been too long since I got in. I had to send them a thingamajiggy. Ben, did you have another way of? Don't send it through PayPal, guys, because I can't get into PayPal yet. Did we have another way? You guys got my phone number, right? Just send it as Apple Pay or something if you got an Apple device. We'll just do it that way. But I've got, let's say we got 4 slots open, and then I'll take 25 off today because we didn't plan it, and it's been a minute. But yeah. Hold off on it because I had to send them an email and show them it's me. They're like, you haven't been in the thing, so we don't know who you are. So if you have an iPhone, we can make it happen. I have Cash App, but that's it besides PayPal. All right. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Send it via Cash App. You've done that before, right? That's fine. Send it via Cash App. That'll be okay. We'll do it that way. But yeah, I think that I definitely think that the Iran war is a gigantic tragedy. And we're not. It's not going the way. It's obviously not going the way that Mr. Trump thought it was going to go. Obviously, right? Like he obviously didn't think that it was going to end up like this. So it's good news in the sense of, hey, that might make this whole thing really, really short. But it's like, but yeah, all those people had to die when they didn't have to die for that, you know? So that's kind of like where I get a little bit really, really upset about it. Because it's like, now I'm hearing people talk about pulling out and all the rest of this, and obviously I want those people, you know, safe from us. But it's like, what do we do it in the first place for then, you know? What is your opinion about... What is your opinion on the conquest of the Mexicas by Cortez and the atrocities committed in the name of God, and by extension, the teaching of a religion to African American slaves to control them? Damon Sage says, been keeping up with the new T.I. releases and some Jadakiss. YFN got out, so his new stuff. Metal-wise, the usual underground BM stuff. The most known might be Marturo of Worm. I've never heard of Marturo of Worm. It's mind-boggling to me that that you had that hip-hop in you. How? How? Okay, I'm going to answer Alex Santiago, and then I'm going to answer Malixis. That's a really cool name, by the way, Malixis. Okay, the conquest of the Mexicans by Cortez and the atrocities committed in the name of God. As a Christian, I think that looking back at things like that, is important. But it's important because we have to understand the logical syllogism that these people use to justify this horrible action. And the calculus was, these people are savages, we are civilized, we're whatever. Us massacring these people is obviously something we have to do because they're savages. And then the people that remain, they need to conform to our understanding of the world, etc., etc. We can't do anything for the people that Cortez murdered, raped, etc. We can't do a thing for those people because they're gone. What we can do, though, is keep those principles in our consciousness so that when we see them arise again in their variegated iterations, we see it for what it is and we know what to do. So there's a sense in which we haven't learned it all, and then there's a sense in which we have learned a lot. We haven't learned at all in that sense because this has been the consistent American project for a very, very long time. Right from the very, very beginning. That's been the consistent project, and we really haven't stopped. On the other hand, this generation, not mine, but the folks that came up after us, those kids are a lot more skeptical and cynical of their government. And then they have us that'll say, hey, be careful, these mother effers lied us into a war. They made it so that my friends and I killed people that didn't need to die. And this generation of kid is getting it. banging down the doors to go up and sign up. When 9/11 happened, those people took complete advantage of our anger and our youth and our love for our country. And they lied. They had a blank check. They could send us anywhere. They could do anything, and we were completely fine with it. The kids that came up behind us, they're not like that. You got to show them. And even if you show them, they ain't gonna just strap up and go kill somebody because you said so. So, from that perspective, I'm very, very, very optimistic. From the perspective of actions have consequences, you cannot just. I don't know if people understand this, but right now we're also fucking up Cuba bad. Like, we're really fucking up Cuba. It's like, well, what have they done? Attacking all these countries that can't do anything to us it's insane. What else did he say? Teaching of religion by black people to control them. I would say that it wasn't the teaching of religion that was the problem. It was they didn't get enough religion. The Bibles that these guys were given also had things missing. It's for freedom that Christ has set you free, all the rest of it. They wouldn't allow them to read the whole scripture. They would just have them read the specific ones, which talk about slaves be submissive to your masters. And people are taking that statement, slaves be submissive to your masters, as some endorsement of slavery. But I always ask the question, what was Paul supposed to tell them? Slaves be unsubmissive to your master? Do you know what the master could do to you in that case? If you're unsubmissive, he could kill you. Like the doctrine of the pater familia, the head of the household in the Roman milieu was insane. I mean, the man could kill you, he could kill his own children, all types of stuff. It was terrible. If you resisted your master, you would then have two options. You could either die in some horrible fashion, or you could join one of these Spartan slave revolts, right? But how does joining an armed slave revolt conform to love your neighbor as yourself, pray for your enemies, all those who take up the sword will die by the sword? If you wanted to maintain a nonviolent ethic, then the only thing you could tell somebody under slavery was to submit to their master. Because if they didn't, then you would be you'd be in a situation where you would be tempted to end up killing people and using violence. And like, I know for myself, like, I just want to listen to Paul. I would have just joined the slave revolts and died, to be honest with you. That's the way I am. Okay, Lone Rider, I got your payment. I appreciate it. Let me just show you guys what I was talking about here, okay? So here's 1 Timothy. Understanding this, the law is not laid down for the just, but for the lawless, for the disobedient, and for ungodly sinners, for the unholy and the profane, for those who strike their mothers and fathers, for murderers, for sexually immoral, men who practice homosexuality. Now look, you guys know how evangelicals deal with men who practice homosexuality, right? There's no hope. None. You're LGBT and you're gay. If you don't stop being gay, it's over for you. Look at the next line. Enslavers, liars, perjurers, and whatever else is contrary to sound doctrine. So that's Paul's understanding of slavery. Slavery is in the context of murderers and evil people and all the rest of it, and all those sodomites. Isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic that the people who galvanized slave traders and the way that black people were treated have zero tolerance whatsoever for arsenicoitain or men who practice homosexuality? They got no patience for them dudes. Any dude who practices homosexuality, you're going to hell, and I'm standing on the gospel truth, damn it. Meanwhile, you're naming entire conferences after Jonathan Edwards, who was a slave owner. You see the hypocrisy? So, no, the Bible doesn't promote slavery. The New Testament is very, very, very practical and aspirational. On the practical side, there's no way you're going to be able to keep a nonviolence ethic if you don't listen to your slave master. On the other side, I need you very rare Christians who are rich and affluent enough to be able to afford a slave and take part in the slave trade. I need you to understand that if you do that, you're no better than a murderer, a perjurer, somebody who attacks their own mother and father, and even those nasty gay people. So, that's what I would say about that. Obviously, the slave master does not want the black people reading that Bible. They don't want you reading 1 Timothy for obvious reasons, right? Do you have a favorite metal album? Yes, Follow the Leader by the band Korn is my favorite metal album. Yeah, it worked. It worked. How do you defend the verses where it says the slave masters can hit the slave, though? Well, it doesn't say that they can hit their slave. Here's what happens. Guys go up to Jesus and they say to Jesus, what's your take on this controversy about divorce? There was one school of thought that says you cannot divorce you can divorce your wife if she burns your toast, you can get rid of her. Another school of thought said, well, I mean, it's got to be more than burnt toast, right? And so there was this controversy back and forth. So they go to Jesus and they go, what's your position? And Jesus says, well, unless she committed sexual immorality, you have no ground to divorce. And the people respond and say, well, I mean, then why did Moses say that we could divorce her for other reasons then? Why did Moses command us to divorce? And Jesus responds by saying, haven't you read that in the beginning, his response to why did Moses allow you guys to divorce? And Jesus' response is, Moses allowed you to divorce because your hearts were hard, but from the beginning this was not so. Then he said, didn't you read where it says from the beginning the Creator made them male and female? So what has God has brought together, let no man separate. Okay. So what Jesus is saying is that the Old Testament law did not reflect God's ideal world. It reflected a sin management operation until Jesus showed up. Now, the text says, if you beat your slave and the slave is bedridden for a couple days and he dies, then it says the slave is to be avenged. So you put the guy down to where he's bedridden. Moses says we have to avenge that person. That means we're going to execute you, because that's what it means to avenge blood guilt. It says he incurs blood guilt. But what about the situation where the slave doesn't die? Then what? Well, we find out in Exodus and other passages, if you knock a slave's tooth out, he goes completely free. If you give him an eye jammy, he goes completely free. So the reason there isn't an extra punishment on the guy for beating his slave is because, as the text says, the slave is his silver, meaning the vast majority of slavery that you see in the Old Testament is debt slavery, right? So when it says the slave is silver, what it's saying is the slave is working off his debt. You paid him 20 grand and now he's got to work to pay you the equivalent of 20 grand. You beat the hell out of him such that he's bedridden. If he dies, they're going to execute you. If he doesn't die, he is going to go free. But he only worked the equivalent of $5,000. Yeah, that means I'm going to lose $15K. Correct, you will. Right? But we're not going to add an extra punishment to you because you've just been punished. So that's what the situation says. It doesn't say you can do this. It says in a world where one person has absolute power and the other one doesn't. Before Jesus came to show the example, before the outpouring of the Holy Spirit and the complete canonization of Scripture, so we can know how to treat people, the Scripture says that God made allowances for the hardness of heart of the people. And so because of that, you have institutions and things like that Jesus comes and destroys ideologically, so that now we think that slavery is a problem. People need to understand this. Slavery is the default mode of humanity. Muslims won't say this, but the fact of the matter is, it's still completely halal, acceptable to have a slave and do all the things with slaves that people do. The reason that people believe, especially in the Western world, that slavery is unthinkable is because of Christianity. It was William Wilberforce over there in the UK. He goes over to the UK, and he almost single-handedly stopped slavery based on the biblical principles that he had. And I'll send this to you for homework. There were many, many people in the Civil War who fought because they believed that they were on a mission from God. From white dudes named John Brown to, you guys know that song, Glory, Glory, Hallelujah, Battle Hymn of the Republic? That was specifically about this conflict. That's why you have the lines, He died to make men holy, we'll die to make men free. Okay? So here's my question. Give me another example where a significant amount of people in a country fought and killed their own countrymen to free foreign slaves. Give me one other example in human history when that's ever happened. So that's what I'd say. I'd say that if the Bible really did promote slavery, that we'd still have it, because slavery is the default position of human beings. But the New Testament makes it pretty clear that that's not something that's acceptable. The Christian church figured that out, and even though there were other Christians like Jonathan Edwards who were still holding on to it, the Christian church was saying, no, this is wrong, even within our church. So that's how I'd look at it. Why? Well, again, this has to do with the fact of the hardness of people's hearts. Do you think the way that we do debt in America currently is gracious and merciful? In the Old Testament, at least you had 7 years and you'd be rid of your debt. There is no debt forgiveness or anything in America currently. So you have dudes and women that are enslaved to these banks forever. The current economic system we have is less merciful than the Old Testament system. I promise you. Tell one of these kids at 28%, okay? 28% on a $200,000 loan, getting fucked up by the economic system. Go tell him, look, man, I'm gonna smack you in the face. If I smack you in the face, you don't have to deal with this 28K anymore. They'd all take the deal immediately. And that's still horrible. What we're doing with debt slavery to young people is horrible. I'm not saying any of it is good. What I'm saying is, until Jesus shows up, people are gonna treat each other horribly. And God, you have to decide, because the minute you write a law down, you now have to enforce it. So everybody's like, oh man, you know, why did God make these allowances for people? I don't know. He's still making allowances. What's God supposed to do about our current economic system? What do you want God to do about abortion? You want God to respect your autonomy, right? So there's a balance that has to be struck between, okay, this is what y'all want to do as a society, this I can't tolerate. And there is a negotiation with people in the Old Covenant for that specific reason. And as I would say, I couldn't put, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's listen to some metal. Let's listen to some metal. Tony, are you there? Are you there, Tony? I think we got a song that's on the way, guys. We got a song that's on the way. What do you think of Christian mysticism and figures like Meister, Eckhart, and William Blake? I'm a big fan of mysticism as long as it's orthodox. I'm a fan of mysticism as long as it's orthodox. Okay, what's a song we're doing? I know it's a brand new song, so we might get clipped on the copyright stuff, but the show must go on. The show must go on. I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to listen to this song all the way straight through that. There's evidence that some form of social hierarchy can be... Look, I think that not only is social hierarchy necessary, but it's inevitable. And that's why you have Jesus showing up talking about washing people's feet. Oddly enough, doulos. Doulos is the term for slave. But even in the Roman world, there was a hierarchy and ranking among slaves, and the doulos was the lowest one. So when Jesus washed feet, and he washed the feet of his disciples, he was taking the lowest role of a slave. So he wasn't just operating as a slave, he was taking the lowest rung within the slave hierarchy. And he looks up at his disciples and says, you call me master and teacher, and that's right to do because that's what I am. So if I, your master and your teacher, wash your feet, you shall do likewise, and you'll be blessed if you do so. Okay, so what does that do? Well, Internal Thorn told us that there is evidence that not the Nietzsche stuff, but there is evidence, as he says, that there is evidence that some form of social hierarchy can be functional for organizing societies. That is absolutely true. I think social hierarchy not only is necessary, but inevitable. But what Jesus does is he says, look, somebody's going to be the leader. Somebody's going to be at the top of the food chain. Now, here is how people generally who are top of the food chain act. The people beneath me gotta serve me. The people beneath me are my slaves. And Jesus says, now you flip it. Nobody's beneath you. You're beneath everybody else, upholding them. If you're the leader, it's because you're the strongest, you got the biggest shoulders, you're there to uphold everyone. So Jesus is the best leader of all time. And what did he do? He never made demands of us. The one time that Jesus threatened to leave somebody behind is when he said to Peter, if you don't let me wash your feet, you and I are done. The one time that he pulled the I'm the leader card was when he said, if you don't let me serve you in the lowest way possible, we can't be together. All right? So, my friend is right. Hierarchies are inevitable. And my other friend Jesus is right. If you're at the top of the hierarchy, turn the shit upside down. Serve everybody. And in that way, we can have the pragmatism of hierarchy without injustice. Jesus started the whole foot fetish thing with that. You wow, bro. You wow. I ain't mad at you. But it's a good cut. Okay, guys, we're going to take a minute and we're going to listen to a song by the name of a band called Sevendust. Okay? The name of the band is Sevendust. The name of the song is Unbreakable. Unbreakable. And hopefully there's some sort of lyric video or something Because otherwise, I don't know how I'm gonna listen to it. Seven Dust, Unbreakable, Abdallah Tarek, 132 views. All right, Mr. Tarek, let's try this one. All right, guys. So let's see. Let's get some Seven Dust in here, and we're gonna listen to Seven Dust, Unbreakable. Thanks to the big homie Tony the Lone Rider Smith getting us the goodness. If you want to get a song, send $50 to Vincent Devgrew, I think, at the Cash App thing. I think it's Vincent Devgrew. You can put my Cash App thing in the chat if you want, but I'm pretty sure it's Vincent Devgrew. All right, let me download this video here, guys. I'm going to download this in highest quality possible. What do you think of monarchy now that we're on this topic? I actually think that the ideal concept of democracy in America is the best system. I don't like monarchies. I don't like monarchies because I'm an American. But I gotta tell you, I haven't really ever seriously looked at monarchy in any serious way. So I'm probably not qualified to talk about it. All right. All right, guys. Let's see. The name of this song is Unbreakable. This should be interesting. I didn't know that Seven Dust even came out with some new music. Let me mute this thing right here. And I got to do a timestamp of this thing. All right. So 140 is the timestamp. Hey, Ben, are you still here? 140. 140 is the timestamp. 1 hour and 40 minutes in. All right, guys, here we go. What happened to your PayPal? I haven't been in it in a very long time. So when I went to log in to update the thingamajiggy, it said, who are you? We've never seen you before. So they've got to do this whole two-factor authentication thing. And it's going to take me a million years. And you guys are going to get bored with me. So we're just moving it to Cash App for today. And we're offering a $25 discount today. Because it's been so long. And I tried so hard. All right, so the 140 mark. All right, guys, here we go. This right here is actually, hold on. Let me get I got to get the lyrics. I got to get the lyrics, guys. You guys know how this is. You can't just half-ass this thing. Lyrics, Seven Dust, Unbreakable. Unbreakable. All right, Mr. Seven Dust. We haven't seen you in a very long time. I got a friend, and his name is Seven Dusted, and me and him talk often. Shout out to Seven Dusted, big homie, big homie. Ah, man. All right, let's see. Here we go. Unbreakable by the band Seven Dust. Does anybody know how long they've been in the game? That's a pretty long ass time that this band has been around killing shit, you know? Gotta give it to them. All right, guys, here we go. Seven Dust. Did Sori get deported? Oh shit, that's great. Is she gonna laugh at that when I show her this system tonight? Like, yo. If you have one more, send another one, and yeah, I'll do it for you, Tony. No problem. No problem. Let's. I do want to get into this one though. All right, Ben. The timestamp is now going to be 142. 142, Ben. Help me out with the timestamp, buddy. All right, guys, here we go. This is Seven Dust, Unbreakable. Let's do it. Just came out. New joint. New music.
We were meant to be unbreakable, even when we're at the lowest lows. And
Turn
if
it up,
gets
bitch.
too cold, I'll never let you go. We were meant to be unbreakable, unbreakable. As I stand on the edge, I'm looking down. I hear the footsteps all around. Hold my breath, don't make a sound. As the enemy surrounding me, can't fight the monsters in my head. I watch the colors bleeding red. I feel them calling. I'm tired of running. My confession is I changed my words into weapons. We were meant to be unbreakable, even when we're at the lowest lows. And if it gets too cold, I'll never let you go. We were meant to be unbreakable, unbreakable. Taking my daggers in my chest, and the pressure's coming down. So give me some violence. Give me the violence. The tears and lies, the masquerade, a hollow shell to hide from everything. We were meant to be unbreakable, even when we're at the lowest lows. And if it gets too cold, I'll never let you go. We were meant to be unbreakable. We were meant to be unbreakable, even when we're at the lowest lows. And if it gets too cold, I'll never let you go. We were meant to be unbreakable, unbreakable. My confession is I changed my words into weapons. We were meant to be unbreakable, even when we're at the lowest lows. And if it gets too cold, I'll never let you go. We were meant to be unbreakable. We were meant to be unbreakable, even when we're at the lowest lows. And if it gets too cold, I'll never let you go. We were meant to be unbreakable, unbreakable.
That was Seven Dust Unbreakable from their most recent record. All right. I gotta say, it's very interesting. I don't. It's funny. Sorry, was here. She'd be like, "Oh, it's a relationship song," but because we were talking about, other issues, because this is technically an Ask Me Anything period. There was some of that floating around in my head too, as this was going on. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it definitely does look like a relationship song, obviously, because he says we, right? So at some level, whether it's a like, boyfriend, girlfriend, man, woman relationship. It is some kind of relationship. And I mean, the reason I'm thinking like that is because, like, I've been really, I don't know, I think worried, concerned is probably like over dramatic. But I have been worried and concerned about the concept of America, in the sense of, like, I feel like it should just be assumed that if you're in this country, that we all should have a bond with each other, right? Like, we should have this kind of like unbreakable bond. I remember, like, being a kid, coming to the country for the first time, and like the Pledge of Allegiance, for example, right? Like, pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I remember, because we didn't have a Pledge of Allegiance in Jamaica. So I remember the first time showing up here and like seeing that happen. And I was like, damn, that's, wow. And like, it was a crazy way to start the day. Not crazy, like, it was a cool way to start the day. It's like, all right, we're America. And we all did it together, and we all did it in unison, and then, we sat down. I understand, like, it's weird. Maybe now, looking back at it, it's culty. You guys are all doing the same thing, hand over the heart, looking in the same direction. I get it. I understand. But to this day, anytime I go to a sporting event or something, and we stop and we do the anthem with the flag, like, I get emotional. Like, to this day, I still get emotional about it. And now it's like, I feel like we're never going to get back there, man. Like, I feel like we're never going to get to a place, like, as Americans, like, where we, like, love each other just on virtue of you being an American. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just didn't seem that, like, we're bonded together as a nation anymore. Like, if a big dude on their side gets clipped, we're laughing. If somebody from the other side gets clipped, they're laughing. And it's like Chicago, where, like, dudes are killing each other and then mocking each other online. It's like, where did this where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? As I stand on the edge, I'm looking down. I hear the footsteps all around. Hold my breath, don't make a sound, as the enemy surrounding me. That's a really interesting thing, because it's like, I don't know, like, oh, are you gonna jump? Like, is that what he's talking about? Like, is he threatening to jump? What are we talking about here? And the footsteps are all around you, so you're standing on the edge and you're looking down. So in my mind, he's like at the top of like some building, he's about to jump, and then you have footsteps all around. That's probably people coming to try to save you from jumping or falling off the ledge, right? But look what he says. Is the enemy surrounding me? So what I'm looking at is, yo, these people are like coming around to help you because they don't want you to jump off this building, my guy. You're at the edge of this building. But he's so far gone in his mind that, oh, this must be the enemy. Well, go on, brethren. Oh, this is the enemy, right? Is the enemy surrounding me? It's that, like, paranoia. Somebody said this about, we still haven't gotten over the trauma of COVID. I thought that was really interesting. And what he talked about was, COVID was one of those times where you started seeing people othering each other, using phrases like the unvaccinated, and looking at your neighbor with suspicion. And he coughed. Did he get vaxxed? There's a lot of this suspicion and distrust that we had of each other. And it's like, well, okay, now you guys can come out from your house arrest or whatever it was we were all under for a year. Now you can come out of your house arrest. And I feel like that gap hasn't been bridged. And then when you have Trump and Biden mediating this crisis, I think it's put us all in a situation where there's almost like this permanent fissure. Like, there's this, like, we don't see each other. We don't assume the best of each other, because we all got shoved into our homes. And it's weird, our only view to the outside world was the internet, but the internet makes it so that you can curate who you're around. And so now I can hang out with people who only believe what I believe, right? And then because the communication is happening online, I'm going to be exponentially more nasty and dirty to you than if you were face to face and I was confronted with your humanity. So it's like, yo, man, like, we got separated from each other. Then there's all this distrust. Then when you look out for human connection, you connect, but you're connected to a bunch of people who think exactly like you do and hate other people. And now you've become this kind of person, right? And so now it's like, I'm holding my breath, I don't make a sound. Is the enemy surrounding me? Because now we're in a country where the enemy is your fellow citizen who has any sort of disagreement with you. And it creates this kind of weird paranoia. Can't fight the monsters in my head. I watch the colors bleeding red. I feel them calling. I'm tired of running. Let's face what's coming. My confession, I changed my words into weapons. This could be anything. It could be where we're at in society. It could also be just regular relationship stuff. I mean, I know myself, like, this is a major issue. I grew up, with my mom as my main sort of foil. You can't hit your mom. She was hitting me. I can't hit her. But what I could do is say really hurtful things, right? And so I learned to do that. Now, obviously, that is not very helpful when you've got kids and they're looking to you to give them some guidance and stuff like that. You're going to go and say some kind of dumb shit because you're careless with your words, but you absolutely can't turn words into a weapon for sure. And that's crazy thing for him to acknowledge. Like, yo, my confession, I changed my words into weapons. And that's why, like, I'm very, very big on when you're online and you get into these discourses with people, bruh, there's got to be a point where you disengage, because they're going to say something reckless to you. And then you're going to say something reckless to them. And then somebody hours later is going to read that thread, and all that junk and all that bile is going to be all there. And if you think that doesn't affect people, it does. We're all contributing to these insane environments that we're in. It's just facts. Song fact, the drummer sang that line. Now, Tony, what did you think the song was about? I think it's a relationship song, maybe even a breakup song, hence the term unbreakable. We were meant to be unbreakable even when we're at our lowest lows and it gets cold. I'll never let you go. Damn, we're meant to be unbreakable, unbreakable. Take your knife out. It's in my chest and the pressure's calming down. So give me some violence. Give me some violence. Yeah, man, we're out here. It just looks to me like we're out here really, really, really crushing each other. And to Dan's point, some of our words can function worse than weapons. That's real. That's real. So, that's just so crazy, man. Like there are things that people said about me and my family that to this day I still remember. You know? So yeah, words are very, very powerful, but they're also, if words have the power to destroy, they also have the power to create, right? So that's the thing. Is I would encourage you guys, especially those in our community, like, you guys are artists. Like, we need art more than ever, man. There are things that can be done with art, music. There are things that can be done that just talking shit through is not gonna. I mean, we know this as metalheads. We definitely need art. That's a need. And the older I get, the more I realize, like, this is not, art is not like, it's necessary for human survival. I genuinely believe that. The Tears and Lies and Masquerade, it's definitely a breakup song. Yeah, it definitely is a breakup song. And it's weird too, because, like, no disrespect, but bro's gotta be in his 50s. You know what I'm saying? You always figure, like, yo, people gonna figure that shit out by the time they hit their 50s. I always thought of that. Like, by the time you get to be a legit adult, like, you'll have this shit figured out. But that's not always true. That's why you gotta do the maintenance, man. Even if it's long distance for a little bit, you gotta do the maintenance. That's what I be telling Shorty. All right. I will say, lyrically, this to me is like one of the biggest variances I've seen in a while with this particular band. I honestly felt the chord progression was a bit generic. The whole thing seemed thin to me. Like, sonically, it wasn't what I was expecting from Sevendust. Because even when Sevendust, like, gets melodic and sings or whatever, it's still like a powerful, like, denial, see, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, it's still powerful even if it's melodic. And this one was kind of thin to me. It's a little bit thin. So that's gonna hurt the score. It's gonna hurt the store. Because it was the whole thing, like, I was very surprised, actually. Like, it just seemed a little bit watery to me, a little bit watered down. So I'm going to give this one a solid 7.4. 7.4. I didn't like it on the first listen. The next one is more rocking. Okay, Tony, what is the name of the next song so we can go right into it? Is it another Sevendust song? And if it's so, tell me the name of the Sevendust song. I give it a 7.8. Tony, tell me what you thought of the score. Tell me what you put down as your score. I gave it a 7.8. I think lyrically it was like really good, and he put in enough there to where you legitimately, obviously it's a breakup song, but you could legitimately talk about what's going on right now in current events and still do that. I think that's very rare lyrically. The sonic aspect of it and the vocal aspect of it was weak. I was very shocked even at the weak vocals of Lejeune. Like, he usually sings with a lot more conviction. Is this the real you? Okay, I think that's the title of the song. I don't think he's asking me a question. Is this the real you? Okay, Tony. All right, let's do it. Is this the real you from the band Sevendust? All right, let's see what pops up. There it is. Is this the real you? Sevendust. Good. And we got the lyrics in this bitch. Okay, guys. We're going to come up to another song right now, guys. It's by the band Sevendust again. Once again, please. Download video. I understand what you say about it. I suck at rating song. Man, it's impossible for you to suck at rating songs because it's just your opinion, bro. It's just your opinion. See what I'm saying? So it doesn't suck. I will add Tony's score in the comment section later. I'm gonna close this one down. Okay, guys. So we will see you on the other side of the break. Vin out. 202. Okay. So I'm doing that for when I cut up the videos in single form, guys. That's what's going on there. Okay. Nothing is real, so the answer may be no. I've been taking a stroll down memory lane, and dude, I'd forgotten how good the As Daylight Dies is from Killswitch. Oh yeah, that one is hard. Yeah, Killswitch, man. Killswitch was really good at doing entire records where the entire record was good, man. I remember exactly where I was. I listened to that entire record. I had just got done my assignment in Houston, and I was going back to Maine. And I listened to that entire record on the way there, because I drove straight shot. Never went to bed. Never napped. None of that. We just jumped in the car and went straight from Texas to Maine. Straight shot. No sleeping. Crazy. Yeah, Howard Jones, man. That was, I would say that record was when Howard Jones was at his peak, man. With that band. Daylight Dies was insane. And they went super ambitious with it too, that record. That whole record. They were like super ambitious. You know, flair for the dramatic, and they made it work. They made that thing work. Okay. Let's go. We got another Sevendust song. Let's go with a timestamp of 2:04. I don't know if Ben is still in the house, but it's a 2:04 timestamp. The name of the song is This the Real You? Hold on, let me see about these lyrics, because I didn't get in the lyrics. Is this the real you? There it is. Yes, Pinky. Is This the Real You is a song by the band Sevendust. I am Vincente, and we are about to listen to it. There go the lyrics right there. I'm gonna mute you, and then it is time. Sevendust, Is This the Real You? Let's do it. All right. Is this the real you? Let's do it. Okay.
Could this be something what we've got some sin? It could be nothing, but I'm sure we're gonna win.
I don't care. I don't care. I love the chord stuff. I don't care. What the hell were they doing with the other song? This is the Seven Dust I know. I don't know what the hell that other song was, guys. But this, if you're not a Seven Dust person, you don't know what the deal is with Seven Dust. What you just heard is freaking Seven Dust, okay? This is what these people do, y'all. Okay, I like this one a lot better. The riff was a lot chunkier. You notice with LaJohn, right? Okay. The vocals for the previous song, Dan, were very on LaJohn. This was a lot closer to LaJohn. Look, your vocal cords age just like everything else, and it's very, very difficult. That's one of the things I asked some of these guys in these bands, where you're like, yo, you've been playing this song. I remember like when you wrote this song, X 20 years ago. You kind of had a certain kind of like feeling. You were going through something at the time, and so like you're able to sing with a lot of like conviction, right, and suffering and hunger. It's very, very hard to do that when you're like a Hall of Famer, right? Like I think Seven Dust has to be like a Hall of Fame band. I'm thinking in sports right now, but they've got to be a Hall of Fame band. If you're still around, if you came out during the nu metal era, and you're genuinely still around, like you're genuinely around as a factor, making music, and the record execs still want to pay you money to go make music, that you have to be a Hall of Fame, right? Like, so they're a massive band. You expect certain things from them, but I just think it's impossible to be exactly the way that you were. You know what I'm saying? So I'm okay with a little bit of drop off and a little bit of drop off in the aggression. It's just, can you grow with it? You know what I'm saying? The previous song to me was like, it was just thin, man. It was just thin and felt what this one felt like. Okay, this is the Seven Dust I know and love. You know what I mean? All right. and this also kind of looks like a relationship stuff, man. I hope like LaJohn didn't like, what the hell? Like, bro's in his 50s. You better not have like get a divorce or something like this in your 50s, bruh. I hope not, for his sake. Could this be something? What have we got ourselves in? It could be nothing, but I'm sure we're gonna win. It's just very hard for me to avoid saying that's what Trump said about Iran. Right? This just sounds like Trump looking at Iran. Hey, could this be something? What have we got ourselves into? It could be nothing, but I'm sure we're gonna win. I'm sure we're gonna win. Definitely gonna win. Definitely gonna win. We have the best bombs. Is this the real you? Is this the real you? That is a really difficult question to ask, man. You hear people say that all the time. I didn't even know you were this person, blah, blah, blah. How do you know what the real person is? How do you even know what the real you is? There are very few roles that you have as a human being where you're not putting on some sort of context appropriate mask. When you go to work, you have a mask on. When you operate your motor vehicle, especially if there's a cop behind you, you have a mask on, right? When you're trying to impress a girl, you have a mask on. When you're trying to impress a guy, some of you literally have a mask on. So then it becomes a very, very difficult question. Who am I then? That's a challenge. That becomes a very challenging question when you have to conform in all these different areas of where you live and move and have your being, where you work. I mean, even something as simple as shopping, right? Like if you want to burst into tears in the middle of an aisle, you're not going to do that. And so it's like, and these things are unconscious. So we are, in the hood we call it code switching, but we are augmenting ourselves in our expression, and we don't even know we're doing it. Like, that's how ingrained all these systems are that like tell you like you cannot be authentic in this moment. And then as a parent, you can't be authentic 100% of the time with your kids. And so it's a very, it's a very kind of, it's a very good question, and it's one of the things that people have to figure out. What actually is going to keep me grounded and definitional of who I am as a person? His marriage is good. The album's supposed to be about God and religion, said the guitarist. That is a very good piece of intel. Came out in 90s. Okay, my God. Sevendust came out in 1997. That is insane. In 97, and they're still out making music. I mean, next year is gonna be 30 years, right? Do I got the math wrong on that? So 2007 to 2027 would be 20 years. So next year is gonna be, holy shit. So it's been 30 years since Biggie died. That's so crazy. Your head's in the clouds. You don't know where to find it. I don't know. Where you been? Is this the real you? Where you been? Offer up your face. Take a beat and I'll cover it up. Ignore the hate that's been bleeding from the inside. Find some serenity and love what you are. A simple place where you can hear until I can't go on. Woo! That's deep. Maybe I'm not very deep, but lately I've been inclined to believe that the human mind is very similar compared to a computer's hard drive and acts according to the data it contains. Do you mean human mind or human brain? I know people collapse the two, but I don't. I think the mind and the brain are separate things. That's such an interesting... I had to stop. Like, what the hell is this boy saying? I like that. Talking about you not so deep. Please. Is this God talking to him like from God's perspective? I'm not sure. I think he's actually... Maybe he's talking to somebody who found religion, and because they found religion, now they're acting all maybe different, right? Because he's saying, is this a real you? Is this a real you? Because it's like, wait a second, like, you're here and then you change. I don't recognize all this stuff. And then he says, your head's in the cloud, don't know where to find it. So it's like, you're starting to think about all this religious stuff. Like, I've been around... I've had the very, very good fortune of being around people right at the beginning of their walk, when they get the revelation, when they get the moment where God whatever proves them, whatever people talk about, but they get their moment when they're like, yes, I'm on the team. There is a sort of like extreme, especially if they've had horrible things happen to them, there is a sort of like extreme, like, everybody needs to know this, and everybody, yeah, and a lot of changes that are kind of sudden without a lot of explanation for the people around you. So yeah, the guitarist found God, but I doubt it's about him. Yeah, I'm not even sure that this is a negative song. Like, I don't think it's a diss song. Because I remember like watching people like trying to deal with what's happened to their new family member, right? And they're looking at me like, you brainwashed my family member into this cult. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, if you watch them, like, these are some of the things that were said, like, who are you? The changes become so radical in such a short period of time. It really, really starts messing with XPM in the house. What's up, baby? It really starts messing with people. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even like a, diss, but it I don't want to say traumatic, but it definitely is like an uncomfortable situation for the people who, knew you your entire life, right? Um, la, 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 la. Is this a real you? Offer up your face. Take a beat and I'll cover it up. Ignore the hate that's been bleeding from the inside. Find some serenity and love what you are. A simple place where you can hear until I can go on. Maybe they had a honest conversation with each other and wrote the song. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily talking about him, or if it's like he like because the guitarist really recently found God, and maybe you're going into a church now or a small group and you start seeing this stuff, right? It could be that. It doesn't necessarily mean that you got to be directly talking about who's in the band. And from my understanding, that the drummer and the guitarist talk, right? Or like share in the lyric writing duties. So it could be, as simple as that. Like they're not even talking about anybody from the band or any situation. It just might be the guitarist, like observing what happened with other religious people when that started happening. But that question, I've seen that question in a lot of different variations, and I'll also say, like, I don't think I did a very good job of like trying to get people to, I don't want to say ease into it, but trying to do a better job of getting people to understand what the effect on the family would be like, and helping them understand that it's not necessarily like persecution, people are coming after you. Some of it just might be complete fear, like you've completely reoriented your life in a pretty quick time period, and we don't know if there's any room for us. You're around these people all the time now, you don't want to party, is there any room for me? And we could have done a better job at like integrating other people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's very interesting. I like this band. I like this song like a million quadrillion times, like more than I like the other song. It had that little guttural type of like still jazzy black, vocal style that Lajon has. I felt that like coming out, that aggression coming out, and then the riffage was crazy. I really liked the riff a lot. People were saying, "Oh, that's Korn." It's like, yeah, it was a corny type riff, and that's okay. I'm good with that because Korn's one of the greatest bands in the world. I like this song a lot. Solid 9. Solid 9. Really, really good. Really, really good. Let me see what XBM said. Where'd you go, XBM? Here we go. The mind and the brain are definitely two different things. The fact that you do things you ought to, even when you don't want to, proves at least some sort of internal division. Yeah, I agree. Let me jump out of this review and then we'll break it down. So I love the lyrics. I love that the lyrics could go in 3 legitimate directions anywhere. I love that. And I love the riffage this time. So that's why I gave it a solid 9. It's because like there was no weakness. I can't believe that this song and the other song were on the same record. Like that's how different they are to me. Like honestly. So shout out to Lajon on that. That was a really badass. That was a really, really good song. I appreciate it. Shout out to Tony, by the way. DJ Tony in this bitch. He mentioned Twisted Transistor from Korn. Yeah. That's DJ Tony the Load Rider Smith, who was one of our first ever DJs and is also one of the... Hey, there you go, Tony. He was like one of the first. So shout out to him. All right, now let's go back. We're talking about the dichotomy between the mind and the brain. Let me see what you asked me. I'm more inclined to believe that the human mind is very similar to a computer's hard drive and it acts according to the data. Now here's the thing to me about these kinds of questions, right? To me, it's not a criticism, but it's something I've always been confused at. To me, it creates the idea that that your brain is in and of itself an entity with its own agenda that's not necessarily the same as your agenda. And that to me is a very strange idea. So like, what do I mean by that? So like, what I mean by that is you wake up and you have a dream. And one of the major theories about dreams is that this is your subconscious finally being able to communicate to you, because when you're asleep, your guard's down, your defenses are down, and now you don't have the ability of your liminal mind to suppress what's in the subliminal mind, right? And so now when you go to sleep, now the mind can say, hey, you got to deal with this. And I say to myself, are you not listening to yourself? Did you just hear what you just said? You're telling me that there's some part of my brain, which is a cholesterol really of fat and blood and a collection of fat and blood and cholesterol. That's your brain, okay? You're telling me that 5 to 8 pound thing of blood and fat and cholesterol, what you're telling me is that it sits back and has agendas. It has plans. It has desires. It wants me to deal with this situation that I'm suppressing. So it has its own. So there's a me that somehow is suppressing something. And then here's my brain. And my brain is like, stop, you have to deal with it. Well, then which part of quote unquote me is suppressing my brain? Secondly, are you saying that my brain is like, okay, mystery essence that's suppressing my agenda, and I have an agenda that says Vinny has to deal with this subliminal issue? Seeing as how you keep blocking me, I'm going to wait till you sleep. And then when you fall asleep, then I'm going to be able to communicate to Vin that he's been hiding about this and that he needs to... What? That to me is super, super fantastic. It's very, very hard for me to conceive of that. I think the brain is more of an antenna for the mind than the generative principle, right? You take a radio, right? The point of the antenna is to take all the many variegated signals that are there and find the specific one so that I can have an experience relative to a song. Okay? So there's a correlation between the song playing, right? And the radio and the functionality of the radio. There's a correlation between the two. If you break the radio and you snap the antenna, you're either going to seriously distort or completely destroy your ability to hear that channel, right? But if a person were to say there is a correlation between radio antennas and music, therefore the radio antenna is creating the music, then you would have a fallacy. You would be wrong. And I think that's what's happening with the brain. I think that reality itself and our ability to perceive it is so massive and vast that in order for us to have any sort of significant individuated experience, that data has to be collated and refined so as to make it intelligible so for us to function. So I think what's happening with your brain and consciousness, some of this I've gotten from testimonies of near-death experiencers. There was this one woman who, this is a peer-reviewed documents, by the way. One woman who was born blind, completely blind. She has a near-death experience and she's able to see. But her line of sight isn't a line, it's a circle. She has a 360 view of everything at the same time. When she came back, she finally explained what sight was And then people explained to her that, well, we don't have 3D sight. We can only see like what's in front of us and peripherally. And she said, oh, well, then what do you do with all the other stuff that you see? And they were trying to explain to her, like, well, we can't see those things. And she couldn't she didn't believe it. She couldn't understand it. I think that's an example where she was having an experience, but it wasn't her brain. And because it wasn't her brain, she saw everything at once. You know, everything everywhere all at once. And I think that is what the function of the brain is. The function of the brain is to actually limit the amount of information and stimuli that you can process so that you can have an individuated experience and so that you can have an individuated ego. So that's my answer. That would explain why musicians have long hair and pick up waves better. Sounds like a conspiracy theory. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but that's my view on it. That to me makes the most sense. The idea that the brain is its own like independent entity with goals and aims and agendas and stratagem that it uses, I think is super fantastical. But even if that were true, then that's fine. Then what aspect of my being is suppressing this stuff that my brain has to overcome? Whatever you call that, I'll call that soul, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But as I said, I've been kind of like in a cavernous laboratory, doing a lot of thinking about a lot of this stuff, and it creates a very it's disturbing, but it's also a very fascinating way to look at everything and experience everything. You know what I'm saying? Do you think aliens are only fallen beings or a mix between evil and holy? I'm almost... Vin, it seems you've listened to a lot of Hoffman. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a devotee of Hoffman, but I haven't gotten to listen to him in a while. I got that idea from all the near-death experiences I've been reading. I've been doing a lot of research on that, and a lot of like peer-reviewed stuff. And one of the constants over and over again, it doesn't matter what tradition these people came from, whatever, one of the constants is this sort of panoramic, not just vision, but experience. People say, I was one with the universe and things like that, right? It's things like that where I'm like, And the other thing too is that trying to come up with an explanation, listening to these doctors talk about, I mean, we brain bled this one woman. The one woman was an atheist. They took all the blood out of her head, all the rest. They had to put her in an induced coma and pretty much like a synthesized death scenario in order to fix what the problem was. And I mean, they've got instruments that measure brainwave activity and all the rest of it. Flat, EKG's flat. I mean, she's just gone pretty much on ice. And she's got these very, very vivid descriptions of very specific things that she should not have known about. And this woman was an atheist when this happened. So she had no expectation of seeing anything going up above her body, all the rest of it. She had no expectation of that. And so then it becomes like, okay, then what aspect of her being, what in her ontology and what in her being is having this experience? But it's because it can't just be physical stimuli mediated to you by the brain, because her brain is like literally shut down. They turned it off. So that's kind of where it came from. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Obviously, Hoffman has a lot more scientific reasons for that. What's the most blasphemous song you and Sori reacted to? It was actually a song by Vatane. I don't know the title of the song, but it was a very, very obscure reference, that I was extremely shocked that he knew about. And it was also a form of blasphemy I've never heard before. I'm not going to repeat it, but I'm pretty sure I prayed for bro after that song because I was like, Jesus is going to murder this guy. So yeah. I don't even think I would repeat the title, to be honest with you. That's how bad it was. Do you think aliens are only falling beings or a mix between evil and holy? I'm almost certain. There is a book, and it's literally called UFOs and Nukes, and it talks about how, I mean, this guy, I mean, some of this stuff is just fantastical. This guy saw a Walmart-sized object above this nuclear facility. I mean, it's insane. I mean, it's reported, whatever, and it completely disabled all their stuff. And that's constant. This is a weird Vinny belief. I now believe that the reason we didn't get into a nuclear exchange with Russia during the Cold War is because we had intervention. That's how much I believe that we're dealing with angels and demons. That's what I believe. I believe that a veil is being lifted, and even secularists are now having to. I think that the Epstein files freaked a lot of people out because they came face to face with evil that doesn't really have a human explanation. When you see people trying to destroy and corrupt the only innocent part left of us, which is children, when you see people taking joy in that, it doesn't matter what worldview you come from. You're still an image bearer of God. And so because of that, you know intuitively that there is something especially wrong here. You guys know, if you turned on the news one day and somebody took me out, you guys could put together, like, after all these years, you'd be able to put together, like, I mean, it sucks that he's not around, but you know what I'm saying? You would be like, oh man, this guy, innocent victim, blah, blah, blah. You would never say that. You know, I'm not saying you wouldn't miss me. You'd probably miss me if you turned on the TV and heard I was dead one day, right? But you wouldn't be like, oh, why do all these bad things happen to good people if you heard that about me? But when you hear it about a little baby, when you hear it about a child, there are a lot of people that are like, nah, something else is happening, bruh. Something else is going on. And so I think that I do believe there's going to be a historical event by the close of the year 2027. I've been saying that for a while. I've been telling Soraya that. We'll see. Oh, I missed you too, AT. Good to see you, baby. It's a Cold War. Who wants to fight in the cold? Sit up. For right. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely believe that these are angels and demons, and I think that the war, the spiritual war that we've all been talking about as Christians, for whatever reason, the line between secular and spooky is being thinned out. And I'm starting to see some of those secularist people of all time starting to be like, I don't know. They had Tim Pool had an exorcist on his show. Sean Ryan just recently had an exorcist on the show. I'm hearing people talk about theology and things like that in mainstream media. So something is happening. So yeah, that's my position on Wow, Seven Dust has a song titled "Cold as War." That's gonna be a hard song, I can tell. That's hard. Cold as War. Holy smokes. Yeah, man. Yeah. So that's where I'm at. The more Enochian literature I read, the more my eyebrows raise on the alien topic, especially when we read about the fallen angels bringing in knowledge and gifts, as our expert would call it. Yeah, I mean, the Enochian literature is crazy. Okay, so for example, so here's one of the here if you guys want to hear, like, here's one of my weird Bible interpretations that literally nobody else in the world has, but I don't care. In Genesis 6, it says that the sons of God, I believe that these are supernatural beings. It says the sons of God looked at the daughters of men, that they were fair, or that they were good looking, right? They were beautiful. And so they took as many as they chose. So they cohabited with these women, and then these women end up having these hybrids that ended up being the heroes of old, the text says. And so a lot of people take that and they're like, oh yeah, like these angels had this like sexual sort of like attraction to these women and they had sex with them. But I don't believe that that's actually what's going on. And here's what I mean by that. The Hebrew word for good looking or fair in the text is also used in Genesis when it was talking about Eve's temptation relative to the devil. And it says, when she saw that, when she saw the apple, that it was good for food and able to make one wise, she took it and she ate it, right? The term good for food, the good there is the same exact term as the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair or good looking. In chapter 3, the term good there meant useful, right? Useful for food, able to be eaten, able to be consumed. So it's good in the sense that the purpose you intend for it, it's useful, it will be able to accomplish it. I don't think that these angels were, or these B'nai Elohim, sons of God, I don't think they were looking at the woman and be like, oh, she's hot. I think what they were doing is they were saying, she is a good carrier for what we're trying to accomplish. That's what was going on. Okay. Now, having said that, are there 2 Seven Dust songs the only ones we've done so far? Yes, those are the only ones that we've done so far. If you're gonna get one sooner rather than later, because we're going up on the 3-hour mark. This is I'm taking a long time to answer this question. But if you look at the book of Enoch, these beings are interested in 2 things. One is corrupting us, particularly by giving us weapons of war. Okay? The other thing relative to the Enochian story is this hybridization project. And when you look at these people in the contact community, okay, let's call it that, people who have had experiences or claim to have experiences with these beings, one of the major things that these beings are interested in, let's say it that way, is reproduction. You have hundreds of testimonies, especially of women, talking about these beings and how, harvesting eggs, all the rest of it. One of these, a couple of them say that they met quote unquote star children who are just hybrids of, And so when I look at the alien agenda stuff, it's very, very interesting. They're somehow concerned about our reproductive system, and they keep dropping gifts to us that they know we're going to weaponize. That's why the U.S. government cares about it so much. We want to get this technology so we can weaponize it so that we could dominate the world. And they know that that's why we would do that. So yeah, I absolutely believe that that's what's going on. Ben, my name on Cash App is Vincent Devgrew. Do me a favor, Tony. Tony, republish my tag on the Cash App thing. It wasn't until I realized that because aliens have what it seems to be some sort of physical body, that they can actually be able to have sexual relations. It actually made Genesis 6 make more sense. Yeah. We made assumptions about what spirits are. You know, we made assumptions about those things. But it's very clear that angels can materialize as human beings. I mean, we see this in Sodom and Gomorrah, right? We know that Christ was there with them, but it also said 2 angels, and the 2 angels are able to grab Lot. They didn't materialize through his hand. They were able to grab him and move him and manipulate the physical world. So at minimum, it shows that angels do have the ability to corporealize, for sure. So yeah, I definitely think that. I think that these people understand that we're in the current society we're in and the current mindset that we're in. For them to just come after us directly from a spiritual perspective, I think that the people that they want to influence would not be influenced that way. But coming at them in a way that communicates scientific superiority, they understand that makes you the equivalent to God. And when you hear people talk about these aliens, it's almost exclusively they're better than us, they're more evolved than us. Like immediately, they're superior to what we are. So yeah, man, it's very interesting stuff for sure. About your antenna brain theory, it would fit the ayahuasca experiences. Well, that's another one, right? Where they did something about brain activity on ayahuasca, and what they were expecting to happen happened in the opposite direction with the ayahuasca, relative to like brain waves and things like that. Like it's actually shutting some things down and not actually activating a whole bunch of stuff that they thought was going to happen. Same thing happens with people undergoing spiritual experiences like glossolalia, or what we call speaking in tongues. There is enough evidence now to where there is almost nothing that I've seen in the Bible or just my own walk as what people call spiritual that doesn't have some sort of scientific corollary or whatever. If you are an ancient person and your concept of what makes somebody like superhuman is just pure raw physical talent, then that's how you're going to manifest yourself. And it says right there that the children that were produced were gigantes, or giants, right? And those were the heroes of renown. And the Bible goes out of its way to say that these are bad people. Which, if you think about it, we have this setup, right? Hercules is a hero, but Hercules is what? His dad was a B'nai Elohim. He was a high-ranking god. Comes down, cohabits with a woman, and then out pops Hercules, who's now imbued with superhuman strength and power and becomes a hero. But the Bible says all these guys weren't heroes; they were terrible. So I think that is a really important. It's very important to think about. It's not something you can dodge. Do you think Christians will be able to see the Father in heaven, or do you think there will be a sense of grow and understand our way to see the Father, kind of like C.S. Lewis' Great Divorce concept? Well, here's the thing. God in his primary nature is immortal, eternal, invisible, as it says in the scripture. So then, anything you saw of God the Father would be some sort of projection that he's doing to represent himself to us. We have very few actual pictures of God the Father I think there's only really one where I'm like, that's definitely the Father. That's Daniel 7. The Ancient of Days and his robe and all that stuff fills the temple and all this stuff. And the only reason I'm saying that's obviously the Father is because the Son of Man comes and sits right next to him, right? Jesus is forever 100% man, 100% God. He did not shoo off his human nature in the incarnation even after he resurrected. And so seeing Jesus would be seeing Jesus as a human, because he is a human. He is a physical human to this day. He's also a divine being, but he's a physical human to this day. So from that perspective, we will always see Christ. I don't believe we're going to see God the Father. Having said that, I think that what we call vision today is actually a metaphor. So all of our five senses, I think, are actually metaphorical. What do I mean by that? Well, God has perceptive abilities. God is able to understand the world and everything in it. Obviously, the scripture says God saw this happen, God saw that happen, but God doesn't have eyes, so how does he perceive reality? When the Bible talks about God's righteous right hand or whatever, he doesn't actually have a right hand. These are terminologies that are used to communicate something because we are limited. So that means the very senses that we have themselves are a metaphor for God's perceptive ability. All right? God doesn't have ears, but he hears. He doesn't have eyes, but he sees. And so what that means is, when you talk about seeing, everything we're doing is currently metaphorical. So I'm the kid's father. I'm not the kid's father, actually. I'm a metaphor for the kid's father, right? I'm Sori's husband. I'm not really. I'm a metaphor for Sori's actual husband, who's Christ. And you just go down the line and you get really picky and you go, oh, these are my eyes. Well, my eyes are God saying, it's kind of like this, right? Like my perceptive ability is kind of like this. You have eyes, that's a good metaphor. So if that's true, then we will be able to see God, but not in the way that we see seeing right now. We'll be able to see God in the real essence of his nature, not a mediated projection. So I think I just changed my mind in the answer. So yes, I do believe we'll see the Father. What a weird thing to say. Where I stand at the moment, my biggest issue is with Christianity, that it claims that humans cannot overcome their nature, whereas Buddhists know enlightenment can be reached within lifetime, no afterlife needed. Well, the afterlife in Christianity is not so that you can overcome your nature. The afterlife in Christianity is mainly based on just having a relationship. At the end of the book of Revelation, it says, "Now the dwelling of God is with men, and he shall be their God, they shall be his people." So the purpose of the afterlife is to continue the project. Remember, the original project was be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue it. You had two human beings, image bearers of God, representatives of God on the earth, and God never meant for them to stay in Eden. He never meant for them to stay. How do you know that, Vincent? Because he says, fill the earth. So Eden was supposed to be the capital. It was never meant to be the sum total of everything. When the Bible says, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life, the Greek term there is not globe. It's cosmos. As in the cosmos. As in the universe. There's a theologian named Lorraine Bettner that says that Christ meant that term literally. That he came down not just for us, but to repair the entire universe that he loved and created, but that fell into entropy because of our sin. So if God gave us dominion and we sold it out by joining league with his enemy, God comes down as one of us and shows complete and perfect loyalty to the Father. And now what's happened is the title deed of the universe is now shifted back to Jesus, and that's why when he rises from the dead, he looks at the disciples and says, what? All authority in heaven and earth has been given to me. Now I have all authority over heaven and earth. The point of the afterlife is not to get better, overcome stuff, It's to love and be loved by God, love and be loved by humanity, but it's also to exercise dominion. But now, it's not just dominion over the earth, because Jesus says that whoever overcomes, that means holds on to their faith until the end, whoever overcomes will sit with me on my throne, just as I overcame and sat with my Father on his throne. That means the ultimate destiny for humanity is that forever we will be expanding and exploring and taking more and more of the universe for the glory of Christ forever. That's why I say there'll still be scientists in the new world. This life is important because God doesn't do trust fund children, right? We're all going to get there on the other side of this, and everybody I love is getting there because I already told God, don't bring anybody into my life unless they're coming home with me, because I got too many losses. Can you imagine having an eternity without my buddy Sarkast, without my buddy Peter? That's not going to happen. That's unacceptable. So our destiny is to sit atop of the throne of the universe with the Lord Jesus Christ and to continue the original mission in Genesis 1:26. Be fruitful, multiply. Instead, he's going to say, fill the universe and subdue it. Well, eventually we're going to get to the edge of the universe. Mashallah, there's going to be another one. You never heard of multiverse theory? This is going to go on for all eternity. If you really want to tab me down, if you really, that's why I said, like, I'd probably have to write a book. If you really wanted to really, like, pin me down, I believe that somewhere there are people that are receiving prophecies about us that we will fulfill one day when we meet them. Okay? So if you're a musician, then the afterlife, the afterlife for you is going to be about perfecting your craft. It's going to be about expressing your love for God and your love for your fellow human and your love for the universe that he's created, that he has given to us. And here's the other thing. Jesus, in my view, the Trinity, in my view, is the only God that has earned worship. If what we're saying is true, that there truly is this divine being who has unlimited power, unlimited knowledge, complete purity, complete self-satisfaction, because they're within the Trinity, and you and I, my friends, are no improvement on the Trinity. And that is exactly the reason you and I were made. We were made because of the fact that God is completely sufficient. What do I mean by that? God loves us. But God loved the Trinity. There's an it's called a perichoretic relationship. You want to be fancy. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit had perfect communion with each other. And that was the problem. Sarkas, aside from Sori, is the only other person I've said this, but I feel a little bit more confident in it. Father looked at the Son and said, I love you so much that even if you sinned, I would still love you. And Jesus looked at the Father and said, I love you so much that if there was some way for me to lose all my glory for you, I would do it. Well, the Father can't forgive Jesus for anything because Jesus will never sin because he's a perfect person. And Jesus can't lose his glory within the Trinity because, again, they're perfect people. So the only way that that kind of love could be demonstrated is if God creates beings that have the capacity for needing mercy in the first place. And that's why Jesus said he's in the upper room. He's about to go down to the garden to get to pray and ultimately go to where he needs to get crucified. He says, the prince of this world, that's the devil, the prince of this world is coming. He has nothing in me. Okay, when he says he has nothing in me, what he's saying is there's nothing in my nature that he can grab onto to tempt me to not do what I'm supposed to do. See, with us, the devil's got a lot in me. There's a lot of things inside of me that he could play up on. Right? Jesus says he's got nothing in me. You know what's funny? Muhammad said that all of us were born who got pinched by the devil when we were born. Then he said, except for the son of Mary. Even Muhammad had to acknowledge that. All right, so Jesus says, the prince of this world is coming. He has nothing in me. And then he says, but the world has to know that I love the Father. Meaning, yes, Jesus died for me. Yes, Jesus was thinking about me. But what Jesus is really saying here is, I am going to submit myself to the worst possible death imaginable because I want to show the world that the Father is worth me surrendering all of my glory and power and honor if it would mean giving him glory and power and honor. So I'm willing to do that. So the Father says, I would love you even if you sin. The Son says, I would sacrifice my glory if I could. But within the Trinity, they're so complete that they can't do that. So because of their completeness and because of their nature of expression of love, God the Father creates us in the image of God. That is, the image of Christ. So that he can look at you and he can forgive you as a little Jesus. And he can look at Jesus and say, see, I told you, I love you so much that even if you sinned, I would forgive you. Look, here's the people in your image, they sinned, I forgave. And Jesus says, I told you I loved you so much that I would be willing to lose all my glory for you. And look, I did. And in the cross, both agendas find their completion in that one act. So God creates and dies for us out of his abundance and completion, not his lack. Yeah, XBM. That to me is one of the most gangster words, one of the most gangster segments of all time in the Bible. Man, Prince of this world is coming. He has nothing in me, but the world must know I know the Father. And then he said, let's go. It's a military term. We start marching down against them. Man, this story is crazy. You guys are not reading your Bible correctly. It's a crazy story, I'm telling you. All right, Vid, are you up for another song? If you are, Seven Dust, I Might Let the Devil In. Holy smokes. Yeah. Send another one, I'll send it. Send another one and we'll do it, Anthony. No problem. I don't think you gave a score for the third song, though. I mean, the second song, so don't forget. I know Buddhist expert, but I'm sure Buddhism has an idea known as samsara. It is a continuation of consciousness led by karma, which extends across multiple lives. It takes more than one life in Buddhism. Yeah. I think Buddhism is the self-improvement thingamajiggy. I think maybe Peter, you combine the two, because in Buddhism, I think your afterlife is about overcoming your nature, right? And I don't know much about Buddhism, but I also think it's about not necessarily overcoming a sinful nature, but it looks like it's about overcoming maybe your desires, or maybe your connections to things, your attachment to things, so that you're attached to nothing, I think is the idea. So it's not, I don't think it's necessarily about sins. I just want to make sure I'm representing Buddhism correctly. Ah, thanks, Peter. I appreciate that. Back to some prophecies. Turns out the Simpsons predicted the orange president years ago, and he acts exactly the same now. Yeah, bro. There's been a couple. You know, the term is synchronicities with the Simpsons. I think they also predicted the Kobe Bryant thing. I mean, the Simpsons have been around for a very long time, but it is weird, man. It is weird. Like, some of the stuff they predicted, like, kind of complex. You know what I'm saying? Okay, both songs got a 9. Okay. Let me know how you feel about song 3. Marimo Fancy said, samsara is the cycle of reincarnation which you escape through achieving enlightenment that frees you from the causes of suffering. Okay. Why is there 2 streams? Which one do you read the chat for? I don't know. I probably hit the other button. But Silver, here I am. Here I am. Did you say something earlier, Silver? Vin, how do you interpret through Isaac your seed shall be named verse where Paul uses Romans 9? What do you think Paul means in this context? I know it's something to do with the church being the true Israel, but I don't know how it explains that idea. I don't think... I wouldn't use that passage to argue that the church is the true Israel. I'll say this, okay? The New Testament has what's called the Israel of God at the end of Galatians and the synagogue of Satan in Revelation, okay? I'll say that. So there is an Israel of God, and there is also a synagogue of Satan. Ooh! Ooh! That's tough, but that's what I'll do. That's what I'll say. Okay. Hey, Tony, what's the name of that Seven Dust song? Let me just get everything set up so that when the thing hits, we can, like, jump into it. You guys can still ask questions. We're doing an Ask Me Anything. It's pretty liberal. We're just talking, hanging out. I know I've just been going off at the mouth. Blah, 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 blah. I will send you a song of mine later. You still check your FB. Yeah, I got booted from my my thingamajiggy, and I'm trying to get Facebook to let me back in, and it's taking like forever. I'm like, this is part of my, whatever. Send me an email, bro, vanessauri@gmail.com, or send me a text or something to get it to me. I'm trying to get back in there. I should be back in there soon. Obviously, Facebook doesn't have a customer service thing where you can talk to me. Unbreakable is an 8. This is a real use an 8.5. Okay, all right. I felt like this is a real you. I like that one a lot. But I gave that one a solid 9. But 8.5, I can see that. I might let the devil win is the name of the song. Okay, that's interesting. I might let the devil win. I might let the devil win lyrics. Seven Dusts. That is so crazy. What a terrible picture this guy chose to use for his video. What the fuck, man? This is Sevendust we're talking about. You gotta do better than that. What's wrong with you? Let me see. Here we go. Dude, I got this downloader. It is pretty badass. It really is. You just hit one link and it just goes boop. It's a 10, baby. It's a 10, baby. I really recommend that everybody study Zen Buddhism. Keep in mind, it's just not a religion, it's a philosophy more than a religious. Yeah, I think so too. I think. I don't want to say this because it's kind of unfair because I have a different kind of lifestyle, but I think if you have like a major belief system that resonates with millions of people over hundreds of years, I think that there's real value in understanding, you know? Because as a Christian, I believe that good ideas are good ideas because they're God ideas. And I don't believe that we have, I'll say it this way because people will be uncomfortable. I don't believe that God has abandoned people in other religions without giving them breadcrumbs back home. I'll say it that way. Because that telling Christians we don't have a corner market on the concept of the truth. We as Christians don't own the truth. We are owned by the truth. But we don't own the truth. Okay, that's a very, very important distinction. Okay, I think I'm out of here. I was just stopping to say, hey, love you, Silver. Good to see you. Okay, I might let the devil. All right, so let me see here. All right, guys. This one is called I Might Let the Devil In by Sevendust. Is Ben still around so I could do my timestamp thing? This is going to be the 3-hour and 10-minute mark. Now I'm all like mega curious about Peter's song. Peter, do you have the lyrics too for your song? Don't forget, vidinstory@gmail.com. If you have lyrics, that would be great. If you don't have lyrics, it would also be really cool if you wrote the lyrics in the email body. You know, I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying, you know. My boy. I was waiting for that. Now we got to start. All right, guys. Here we go. We're at the 8. Ben, do me a favor, bro. Copy down this time. We're at 3:11. Let's go. 3:11:45. 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 45 seconds. All right, guys. This is Sevendust. I Might Let the Devil Win. It is a lyric video. Let's check it out. Hey, big freaking shout outs to Tony, the freaking Lone Rider, coming through with the freaking songs, man. I think that that's so badass, dude. Honestly. Really badass. All right, guys, here we go. Let's do it. Sevendust. I Might Let the Devil Win. Let's go.
Don't you want just a little taste of blood?
Okay, I never do this, but I'm very shocked about the way this song started. So, in a good way. All right, sorry.
Oh, but you know we're gonna give in. Oh, the devil won't win. Please beg for your life. Don't nobody hear those cries. Run if you want. I really don't care. Oh no, the devil won't win. Please, oh no, don't come around, don't come around, don't come around. Please, oh no, don't come around, don't come around, don't come around me. Tear me apart and kill me slow. You whisper disease and scream with love. I wanna give in.
the band Seven Dust. I might let the devil win. I am used to rah, rah, rugged aggressive. I was not expecting when I heard of that song. I thoroughly enjoyed this song. I understand. Somebody's like, yo, these guys aren't metal. I understand. It's cool. You can think that. They can get heavy whatever they want, in my opinion. I just think that, I don't know if it's boring to just do heavy shit all the time, but, to each their own. But, yeah. Okay, so this one, I don't want to say self-explanatory, but it's something that's very easy, relatable. I think the devil here is pretty much anything that could be destructive to you, right? It could be a chemical, it could be a substance, it could be a person, it could be any one of those things, right? So let's go. Don't you want just a little taste of blood? But we're gonna give in. Oh, the devil won't win. Please beg for your life. Don't nobody hear those cries. Run if you want. I really don't care. Oh no, the devil won't win. So see right there. He's starting to figure it out. Well, he's starting off pretty strong here. Like, nope, I'm not gonna do it. You're not gonna win. It's not gonna happen. And it's like, oh, you want a little taste of blood. So I don't know if this is like such a weird interpretation. But like, imagine if you were a vampire, right? Imagine if you were a vampire and you didn't want to be a vampire anymore. Like, you're like, I'm going to repent of my vampirism and I'm going to eat like cheeseburgers instead of people, right? Now look at these lyrics. Don't you want just a little taste of blood? But we're going to give in. All the devil won't win. Beg for your life. Nobody hears those cries. Whatever you want, I don't care. Right? So it kind of works that way, right? Jesse, yeah, if you send $50 to a Cash App, we're doing a discount. We're doing a discount day today. So if you send $50 to the Cash App, we'll review the song. But I'm in my zone right now because I'm like trying to figure out what's going on with this song here. All right. So if I was a vampire, right? And you heard this song and you're like trying not to be a vampire anymore, this song would be perfect. So whatever the devil is, it's something in the guy's life that he's trying to avoid, that he's being tempted to fall back into. It's one of those things, man, where sometimes you got to be, I tell my sons this all the time, you be really, really careful about the people that you surround yourself with, because it'd be those people that could destroy you. Like I knew a dude and like, he bad stuff happened. He had a little bit of a meltdown and ended up in a hospital. And the instructions in the hospital were, okay, dude, like, you got to make sure that you stay off the drugs, stay off everything, right? And take your meds and be healthy. So this guy goes back to the environment that put him in the hospital in the first place. And it doesn't take long. His girl starts using and starts leaving the drugs around the house. So he starts picking up again, obviously, because he's not completely right in the head. And like, craziness ensued. So you gotta be, but at the same time, like, you gotta understand, like, especially, you gotta be a self-contained operator. You can't really depend on other people to solve those problems for you. That's just how it is. So there's nobody to blame. Nobody's gonna talk. Nobody cares. So you got to kind of take your own accountability here. So it's like, please no, don't come around, right? Don't come around me. So it's tough because, like, that's the nature of addiction, right? That's when you know that Afro Man won his lawsuit. I don't know anything about that, but okay. Shout out to Afro Man though, gang gang. Um, so he's trying here, you know, and that's one of the problems. Like one of the things that we found out was, in order for people to really be good at the rehab stuff, you got to just take them out of the environment, right? You just got to get them away from the environment, and you got to get them away from the people that are supplying this stuff and not really prioritizing your health. You got to get from around those people, or you got to communicate very clearly to those people, like if they're going to be around you, they can't be bringing that shit around you because you're in a bad spot, right? So that's the healthy way of overcoming something like that. But right here, he's kind of in a vulnerable situation where it's like, yo, don't come around me, all that. It doesn't sound like he's angry here. It sounds like he understands that if this person comes around, or if this thing comes around his vicinity, he's not going to be able to resist very well. I think having that kind of self possession and self understanding is very, very, very important, man. It's very, you end up like in really bad situations and surprised at the things that you do, or surprised at what other people do because of stuff like this, right? Tear me apart and kill me slow. You whisper disease and scream with love. I want to give in. The devil won't win. Don't lick my teeth like a viper. I sold out, but I don't want a thing. I really gave in. Hell no, the devil won't win. So that right there is pretty freaking terrible. Like, I don't, sometimes it's like, yo, we don't look at like what people are actually saying, right? Look at what he's saying. Tear me apart and kill me slow. Imagine that. Like, imagine what he's saying metaphorically. Like imagine like going into his chest and being able to just tear through his chest cavity, expose the ribs and the heart, and the blood's everywhere, and you're just like separating this guy, tearing him apart, right? Like, that's a really, really, really crazy. Kill me slow, right? Like, manage the bleeding in such a way as to, like, that's crazy to me what he's saying lyrically. And that is what the drug, the person, whatever is doing to him. People, places, and things, all that has to change when fighting an addiction. Yeah, Jesse's makes a good point there. Like, there's so many things that have to be different, and the people around you, you might think that, yo, I'm gonna ask for help from people, and they're gonna help me, and I'm eventually gonna get back on my feet. If you are in a situation where that's never been your role in the community, or that's never been your role in the relationship, you are always the helper, you're not the one that's gonna get the idea that people are going to be able to pivot and change and be like, I'm going to be there, I've got to take, it's very unlikely that that's going to happen. So you've got to manage a lot of things on your own road to recovery, and that is unfair, but that's just the way life is. And, you know, obviously as a Christian, I'm going to say that's why you need the church and things like that, because depending on somebody to help you when you're in the midst of all that stuff is just a fool's errand. They might not got it, man. There's some people that just don't have it, and you know, it's okay. But he's saying, tear me apart and kill me slow. You whisper, scream it. You whisper disease and then scream with love. Don't come around, that type of thing. So, I mean, the song, when you listen and think about what is being said and what he's enduring, is a pretty disturbing song. It's a very disturbing song. But at the same time, you know, I just love what Jesse said. People, places, and things. Like, how radical you have to be to change your life and to actually not improve, but to save your life. Like, some people, like, look, man, that thing's gonna kill you. right? Like, I mean, I've lost people where the shit just killed them, you know. And if you look at this manosphere stuff, there was a kid that was a big manosphere guy, and he called me one time to challenge me, and that's one of my biggest regrets on this channel. Was the way I talked to that kid. Because he showed up, he was a dick. He was, you know the profile of these manosphere guys. But at the time, it was like, you know, remember, it was incel before it metastasized into the. And I just remember one time, God saying, that kid had a lot of pain. And all you were worried about wasn't necessarily being right. I perceive that we're in a male-dominated society, and my instinct is always to go for the underdog. So when a dude is calling me up and he's saying misogynist things, I'm like, oh, okay, like you're one of those people, and you're saying things against females who are not in the power position in our nation. So if I'm going to stand up for the little guy, I'm going to stand up for females. But the fact of the matter is that, yeah, on the macro level, sure, but that was not this guy's experience. That wasn't the kid that I was talking to. That wasn't the life he experienced. He experienced a lot of pain and a lot of rejection, but I didn't have the time for it because I had immediately pegged what he was. If you're that kid, I apologize. I doubt very highly that that kid's still around, you know, our little community. But the idea of the devil and letting the devil in and giving the devil a foothold, as the New Testament calls it, is something that is important. The problem is that people glamorize and Hollywoodize the operations of the devil to where it's like, you know, your head's rotating 360, people levitate and all types of weirdo stuff. The vast majority of demonic activity is not that. It's subtle suggestions of the mind and things like that. Or where you're doing something very destructive, like I was doing something very destructive and satanic the way I was talking to that guy, even though I was right on all my points. It was satanic because the scripture says that Satan comes to steal, kill, and destroy. So if he came to steal, kill, and destroy, my job is to give, make alive, and repair. And I didn't do that when I was talking to that kid. I let the devil in because I was out here defending somebody else, but defending women. That, when we talk about the devil, like that's the next level, right? Where like, and it's a lesson I learned, and I talk to my kids because I have a particular kid that I'm sending out for a DNA test. This is my son Johan is the most righteous person I've ever met in my life. He's just the most righteous person I've ever met in my life. And so I feel strange talking to him about spirituality or sin or whatever, because I'm like, this kid is. But I said to him one time, I said, if I was the devil and I was looking at you, I would not come after you with sin. I would come after you with goodness. Is it a good thing to stand up for the little guy? Absolutely. Is it a good thing to stand up for women against dudes who would, abuse them? Absolutely. But I made a lot of assumptions about that kid before he really got to state his case. And he said things, but there was pain underneath his voice that I did not explore. So my point about that is to talk about the devil. And a lot of us have an idea about what the devil is. This song, like there is a part where like LaJohn like whispers, and then there's a crescendo. That's kind of how it is. He'll whisper, and then eventually, when all the stew is in the right place, he's gonna go after you, and you're gonna say some shit or do some shit that you can't believe you said and did. So that's how the devil works. Be cautioned, dear listener. All right. I like this song. I am a knuckle dragging metalhead, though. I'm a caveman. I like the rah rah. So I'm gonna have to give this one an 8.4. 8.4 for this one. 8.4 for this one. Hey, my brother Tasco in this bitch. Hey, what's up, Tasco? Love you, baby. Hey, Tasco, man, how you doing, Bo? I got booted out of my Facebook thingamajig. I need we need to text instead of this Facebook nonsense. Send me an email, Vin and Sori. Okay, the mail is out with the lyrics, right? Okay, good. Larry in this house. What? Larry in this bitch. What's up, Larry? All right, so that was a song, 8.4, talking about the devil, Sevendust. That is freaking crazy. That was freaking crazy. Yeah, negative vibes in the house. Good to see you, baby. We've been hitting it. We've been hitting it for about 3.5 hours. It's all good. It's all gravy. We've been doing the Ask Me Anything. We've been doing a fireside. Song and lyrics. Okay, perfect. Let me make sure that you're not lying to me, Sarcast, and the shit is actually there. You know, I got a song from you. It's called Peter's Song, and I listened to it in my rotation of songs, but there's no lyrics on it, and I was supposed to add some stuff to it. That was like 4 years ago. But I really, really like that song. That song, I don't even know if you actually, I don't even know if you remember it, bro. But yeah, it's just called Peter's Song. It's one of my favorite songs. Tomorrow's our Pop's 5-year anniversary. Rest in peace to the homie. I remember that was a tough time. I remember praying for you. I remember praying for your dad. That was the second loss we had on the channel. It's one other dude, and it was cool. I got to shoot a video for his mom before she died. That was a tough one. But I love it though, because that's what we're about. You know, I got people in this channel that I genuinely care about. And I'm glad that, because I'm always skeptical about that stuff, you know, but I'm glad that we got people. I've been lurking doing some Excel homework. Why would you do Excel homework? Just put it into AI and be done with it. Man, I look at this stuff, I'm like, yo, if I was in the corporate world still, oh man, I would crush. I would crush. Do I have WhatsApp? I think I have WhatsApp. I'm not sure. Send me an email though, because I'll figure something out. I'll download the app. We'll do something. I'm freaking out. Haven't slept well in the last couple of days. Might turn in early since I still have another day to work on this. You should, man. Get your rest. You know, dude from the Rams, he was talking about grind culture, and he was talking about how, like, he used to talk about like not sleeping, and it was a badge of honor not sleeping. He's like, that's the dumbest thing ever. So like, get off and go to sleep, man. You'll be able to be way more productive once that's over with. He loved you and sorry. Yeah, man, that's just crazy. Like, I remember that whole situation because I was just so surprised at people like being willing to share something like that. That's a pretty, you know, that was pretty significant. That was one of those times when you're like, yo, I had no agenda starting this channel, like spiritually speaking. But I'm happy that God is better than me. I had my plans and he had his plans, you know? Vin, have you ever watched the movie Eyes Wide Shut? I watched the other night, unknowing what it was. I wasn't right. Yeah, and apparently that is like the edited version. Apparently, I don't know if it was Kubrick or whoever it was, like wanted to end it where like their kids got basically handed over to the cult, but I guess it was too close to shit that was actually happening in Hollywood, so they didn't do it. But yeah, me and Sawyer watched it like years ago, and we were both like, okay, this is a one watch movie. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. That was a crazy movie for sure. Crazy movie. The stuff that went down in that movie is just so weird. And to see, I forgot which Hollywood person it was, but to see some Hollywood person say, yeah, that was actually, he was going to go deeper on that. It just makes you wonder, like, what the hell has been going on, you know? Like, this entire time, these people have been initiated to these situations, doing all this craziness. My dad did it because of how you tried protecting me during the time when an ex-member was being racist when I first joined MA. Yeah, I remember that. I remember when that shit went down, bro, and I was like, man, like, dude is going through all this shit, and you out here with that dumb shit. Like, I eliminated that guy immediately. Hey, Chero! What's up, Chero? What's up, baby? Yeah. We did some Seven Dust. We did some other songs. We decided to wait. We did basically a stream with the big homie Tony the Lone Rider Smith with some Seven Dust. I think I'm still in the middle of this review with Seven Dust, actually. Or did I? No, I rated that one. I answered the question. Okay. It's such a crazy look at how the Weiss fantasy drove him into such a spiral of insecurity. Yeah, and those two were married in real life at the time. You know what I'm saying? That was such a strange... But that girl, that woman, Nicole Kidman, is always struck me as weird, man. Like, she played this show where she was a cult leader one time, and it was like extremely true to life. Time to move to 8 Dust now. No, we didn't do any of the songs because it was a dedication to Ozzy, and I didn't want to, you know, you said the people wanted to be there, so we just did a bunch of other songs because the big homie Tony was around, you know what I'm saying? So that's why we did it. Bada bing, bada boom. Boom, bada boom. Raymond Ibrahim, to be honest with you, I haven't done a lot of listening to him. I just discovered him like literally like 2 days ago. So I don't have much of an opinion on him unless you have another you got a specific controversy or something. I don't really know much about bro. She's a red. Yeah. I know a couple female redheads, and yeah, they're all either really, really crazy or really, 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 really bad people. I only know I know one redhead, and she's a really bad person, but no comment. Uh, yeah. Whoever put together that Aussie thing, I felt like I'm like, all right, well, shit, man, it's Aussie. People probably gonna want to be there, you know. So I put it on ice so that they could be there live and experience it, you know. Yes, I don't know. Well, what's your opinion on Raven Ibrahim? Do you like him? You think he's good? You think he's, you know? Do you think Gina gonna clock Ronda, or is this gonna be another slow, gassed out 5 rounds past your prime? Yeah. Uh, I'm just not interested in seeing Ronda Rousey fight, man. You know, like I it you know what Ronda Rousey is to me? It's like them dudes that were playing in the NBA like 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That had like they were like playing plumbers and shit. And so like they're dropping like 130,000 points a night or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like when it comes to UFC, just combat sports in general, that there is such that at the time when she entered, there was such a dearth or such a lack of viable, skillful fighters that could really pose a significant challenge to her, right? I feel like that right there created a situation where she was a big fish in a really, really small pond. And I think that the generation that was coming up, partially created by her, that second generation, third generation, it's going to be like, we're going to be serious now. We can make money here. We can get to movies. We can do XYZ. And I think it's one of those situations where she's never going to be a viable contender ever again. That's what I think. So I'm not very interested in it. I don't really have an opinion on her in the fight, you know, because of that issue. His view of the two swords of Christ. I'm reading his book, basically defending the Crusades. Yeah, I mean, from a human standpoint, there are definitely obvious explanations for why the Crusades happened, and it wasn't Christian imperialism. I understand that. Big homie Metalhead 107.9 was the one who picked the Sabbath song. Oh, yes. Okay, good. Then the final season of The Boys is coming out next month. Are you and Story still planning on reviewing that show? I really hope so. Yes, we will. Gina's a great fighter. I think far better than Ronda. Well, Ronda fought her twice and broke her arm the last time. So, I can't say that. I can't say that she's better than Ronda. The fight game is just weird, man, because Gina ended up beating Holly Holm, which I don't know. That was a fluke, to be honest with you. I mean, the match was pretty much done. All right. I got time for one more question or one more song. One more question or one more song. This should be interesting. Gotta go. Night, guys. Night, Minute. Sorry. Love you, man. Love you too, buddy. Don't forget to include your phone number or something, or your WhatsApp or something. You too, Tasco. You too, Tasco. And where else? Where else? Who is it? Was it Hunter? And Hunter, don't forget, send me an email, vincestory@gmail.com. We got that Aussie thing coming up. We got one of our villagers is actually starred in a show with I think Sean Penn, like really, really good actors, like legitimate actors. We got that coming down the pike. There's a lot of stuff. Uh, Tell us the fix for the whole out of control NIL thing in college sports. Well, what's out of control about it? Let's go there. So what do you think is becoming out of control with the NIL stuff? Have you ever heard the song Satan's Doom by Mortification? I have not. Is Mortification a Christian band? It sounds like a Christian band. I gotta tell you, like, I've been like biased to get against my own people, so I gotta start giving more respect to the Christian bands. I've been pretty terrible. I've been pretty terrible with respect for the Christian bands. So the boys got too semi-pornographic and just plain weird for me, and I don't like the deconstructive heroism anymore. It's lame. Yeah. I do think that the concept of deconstructing the hero is lame to a degree. The first time I ever heard anybody bring that up was actually on Christian radio, where they were saying, they were basically trying to figure out if your son would be a mass shooter or something like that. Everybody was freaked out after Columbine. And they were saying that one of the clues was if they cheered for the bad guy in movies. That was like one of the clues that your kid's going to be a school shooter. And I remember being like, oh no. And they started talking about, like, kids today love villains, they don't love heroes. And then they started talking about wrestling, and they're like, wrestling used to have Hulk Hogan. He was like, say your prayers and eat your vitamins. Now it's Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he's like swigging beers and like giving the middle finger and all this. It's like, what happened? And I just remember being a kid and being like, yeah, but all that, like, say your prayers, eat your vitamin shit was bullshit. Bro was roided up. I remember because my brother got one of those like Hulkamania workout things, and it was just do a push-up for fucking 20 minutes straight. I remember being a kid, like, I was out after, like, 15 push-ups. I mean, I was a kid, I was done after 15 push-ups, and this man Hulk Hogan is still, like, supposedly running on his treadmill and doing push-ups at the same time. Like, I didn't even think to myself, like, how stupid could you be? So yeah, that was my experience with the big homie. I'm not gonna lie, I thought you got jammed up, fellow man with an ice age. Yeah, the thing is, like, you're never gonna see me in a situation where I'm on the bad side of the law like that. That doesn't happen with me, and I'm not trying to be funny. It's just I know how to deal with them folks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even like an intimidation. It's just a couple things that it's kind of like insider language. It's just like when you're about to go to a different country or whatever, and give you a packet about insider language and things like that. It's the exact same concept. So yeah, if you guys ever worried about that, like, look, if I shows up, like, I'm gonna, the people around me are gonna be, but I'm never gonna, that's never gonna be a problem for me, believe me. For example, the fact that players can sign a contract with one school, then actually switch over and go to a different school the next week. I mean, isn't that just regular transfer portal stuff? Is that something that got included with the NIL pack? I just want to, like, speak intelligently here. Isn't that something that people could do anyway, or is it happening like at an exponential rate now because some of these schools are way better able to provide more money for NIL than the smaller schools? Is that what's happening? Is that the problem? Plus a total lack of transparency with what school boosters are actually playing the players. Okay, so it looks like we might have a little bit of a disparity issue where, look, man, if you have Michigan and they can pay $5 million a year, I'm not going to go to NC State or wherever. Even if I committed to them, I don't care. I'm going to go to Michigan. So is that what we're talking about here? Are you excited for Dune 3? The trailer came out today. I'm over the moon excited for Dune. I'm also very excited for the Iliad, I think is. Are they going to call it the Iliad with Odysseus in them? Yeah, I'm very, very excited. Extremely excited. He certainly wasn't jacked because of roids and doing heavyweight lifting. It was a couple push-ups. Yeah, yeah. Well, now it would have been like had to have been a couple hundred in straight sets. Like the way that this thing you just put in the tape. I remember it was a yellow tape. I just thought that was the craziest thing ever. Oh my god, this cassette is yellow. Oh my god. And yeah, we were really excited, and the whole thing was just Hulkamania yelling at us to keep doing the push-ups. It was mind-boggling. Ah, okay. They removed all previous restriction for transfers. You get to sit out a year usually. Yeah, see, I don't know about the sitting out a year thing. I want the kids to have autonomy. And the colleges are making billions off of these kids. So whatever the solution is, it's not to take the money away from the kids. If you want parity, if parity is the problem because these kids are making commitments and then they're leaving. I mean, honestly, the only thing that they could do, they'd have to renegotiate the CBA. I don't even think there is a CBA in college sports. Those kids better unionize quickly because ain't no way they're gonna let these kids walk around with all that money without some sort of. I think what you could do is you could get all the owners of these teams, which are really these schools, and you could say, all right, we're gonna do a pot, and the pot's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, there's no real way ever to equal that out. The gaps are so large. I think the simplest thing to do is you got to do something about the transfer portal. I think you should have a draft. I think that recruiting in college should be you should say, all right, here are the top 20 players. And if you're a top 20 player, because it's not everybody in the league that's getting these giant deals. So what you say is, all right, we're going to take the top 20 prospects from all across college football, and we're going to have a lottery, and then whoever wins the lottery gets that player. That could be one solution. That way you don't take the money from the kid, and you can do stuff with the transfer portal. You can even say, all right, you have to play in that school for a year. So you get picked up in a draft, and now you want to go to Michigan. You have to play for that other team for a year, and then you can go to Michigan. So that way, that school can get the revenue. Hey, we have a big giant star player. So that school can get the revenue. And you could still have some sort of parity in the league because he's got to go to the next school the next year. The problem, though, is a lot of these kids are one and done. So it's going to be tough because it doesn't matter what the salary cap is. These kids they're young. They have almost no responsibility. So whatever it is, you put $100,000 into a 19-year-old's hands. Like, you know what I'm saying? The salary cap, I don't know. So that's the best I could come up with. There's ways to make it work, especially if you tell the kids, like, listen, if we don't figure this out, people are just gonna go fuck it and go back to, whatever. That's why I'm saying those kids need to unionize because they need to be able to say this is going to be at minimum because they're putting their lives on the line every day playing football. I'm sorry, but they are. They're putting their careers on the line. That's a tough cookie. That's a very, very tough cookie. One and done players are a tiny fraction. Right, but what about one and NIL? Because NIL are also a tiny fraction. So if that's the same, if the two factions are simply the same group, then we're in the same situation, right? Yeah, I agree, Larry. The loyalty aspect is completely missing now. You know, it just is. What is the best book you've read in the last 7 months? Two. One is this book by this Eastern Orthodox lady. It's called The Crucifixion of the King of Glory. And it's a very interesting look into the historical aspect of the main players in the crucifixion. Very, very interesting. And the other one is an evergreen one, but I get something from it literally every single time. And it's called The Message of the Pentateuch by John Sailhammer. My two favorites. Good to send you PayPal. Apparently reached my Cash App limit or something. No, you're not good to send me PayPal. You hit your Cash App limit like for the day? All right, Tony, here's what we'll do. I'll do the song, and you get me back tomorrow or something for the Cash App thing. Is that something you want to do, or do you not want to deal with that stress? It's up to you. You can hold it for next week. It's all good. Yeah, I think the NIL thing is a really, really tricky thing to do. That's a very, very tricky pretzel to unwrap. I don't know if that's a good metaphor, but it's a very difficult thing. I'm sure there's a fix for it. The lack of loyalty is what I think will hurt in the long run. Fans are eventually not going to root for true mercenary players. Suddenly the cash will dry up. That's my prediction. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I was in Kentucky, and where we were working was like, the objective was to be able to observe people that were coming to these colleges, because UK is the type of college it's almost like international. People show up, and so I was there, and we had posted up like directly like by the school, and that place, man, the whole area was just it was like a cult. I think John Wall had just left. DeMarcus Cousins had just, like, I left before, I arrived after those guys, you know, but all those guys were, you know, I find it very, so my point is, living in a college town, I've lived in a college town, and I've also lived in New York with the Yankees. That's probably, I mean, I was in the Bronx. The maniacal nature of the fandom in Kentucky, New York couldn't compare in any way, shape, or form. Right? So my point is, these colleges, the makeup of a college fan and the makeup of a college city is such that that's never going to happen. You got some teams that like lose every game, and you look up in the stands and it's like full to capacity. So I don't think it's going to get to the point where the interest is lost so much that the money dries up and people, like, I just don't see that happening. It's very, very hard for me to conceive of that happening. And if the money was starting to dry up, those commissioners are going to find ways to solve that problem. And they're going to exploit the hell out of that, you know, with the kids. Sevendust, Dead Set from the Animosity album. All right, guys, we got one more song to do. It's called Dead Set by Sevendust. Vin, who's your favorite supervillain? Which one do you think is the most interesting and complex? I really like the Joker character from that Batman show. I also, Bane, I loved Bane, and I was mad that they even included Catwoman in that movie. I thought that she was a waste. I hate to say it, but she wasted, I don't know, another 15 minutes of dialogue that Bane could have had. They were setting up this whole Marxist versus capitalist sort of dichotomy between the rich Batman and the Bane who is, out to fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny. So there was like the eat the rich and all that stuff. Like I wish they would have allowed for that, more of that development to happen. So those are my two favorite supervillains. There's also another supervillain that I'm not thinking about that's pretty obvious to me that I'll figure out later. But I am not sure. What do you think about Sebastian Bach joining Twisted Sister for the anniversary playdate? I think if the was it Dee Snider is Twisted Sister, if he can't sing, then I think obviously you got to do something. And that Sebastian Bach guy is a pretty good vocalist, right? So that's what I think of it. I know that if I was like a hardcore fan of that band, though, like I would be really freaking disappointed. Really disappointed. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, let me find this song by Seven Dust. What's it called? Dead Set or something like that. What did you call it, bro? Magneto. Yeah, Magneto's good. They had the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King going on between him and Professor X. He was okay. I just didn't seem to be a very layered character to me. Whereas Joker was an extremely layered character. And you didn't really know what he would like. If you watch that movie closely, like he gives like 2 or 3 explanations for how he got his scar, right? Like that was one example where I'm like, that's just brilliant writing. I don't know if he improv that or whatever, but I just thought that was some of the most brilliant things ever, because it's like, you really got to pay attention to this guy. You know, when they're doing your psych evals, when you're going to selection or whatever, and like they ask you those questions in multiple different ways. You know what I'm saying? They ask you the same question. So like to see that like manifested in the screen was pretty crazy. Like, wow. Like, you know, this is stuff you learn in training, and then look, you're seeing it happen like right in front of you. Like, it's pretty crazy. So that's kind of, that's kind of another thing that I think about when I look at that whole situation. Let me copy this link here so I can. Do I have any more downloads left? Let's see. Yep, I got one more left. Good. How about Lalo from Better Call Saul? Yeah. That's the crazy guy, right? The crazy Latin dude. I liked the was it Gustavo, whatever the guy's name was in Breaking Bad. I thought he was a good villain, but of course, what's his face was, Walter was also a villain. Like he was the main villain of the show, right? All right, guys. There's a song called Dead Set, and it's by the band Seven Dust. I'd have loved to see the Joker interact with the Crow, bro. I would have loved to have seen Joker and Bane together. That would have been crazy. Yeah, Gus Fring, that was his name. Which one's an extremely layered? Which character? Magneto? Alright, you know what, Dan? All I know about Magneto is actually from the cartoon series X-Men. That's all I know about Magneto. My brother worked at Warner Brothers when we were in New York, and every Friday he would bring over all these. He had like stacks of comics, and he would just bring over these comics. But all the comics were in the DC universe. They weren't in the Marvel universe. So I never really got like a deep dive of Magneto and his issues. I was on the, on the DC side, JLA, all that stuff. The Crow from '94 inspired Ledger's Joker. That's interesting. I could see that, though. That was one of the biggest tragedies in Hollywood, man. Is that bro never got to see, like, the fruit of his labor. You know what I'm saying? Like how much he was appreciated. And you know, a lot of times like people get these giant shout outs when they die. And I really don't think that that was the reason, man. I really think that that Joker performance was probably the greatest singular performance I've seen in my life. You know what I'm saying? It was that great. And I almost like, I said I wanted to see him in Bane, but like, there's almost a point where it's like, somebody asked me what my favorite metal record was of all time. Korn, Follow the Leader. And there's never going to be a record like Follow the Leader ever again. It's never going to happen again. And all the excitement around and everything, that's just never going to happen again. If you got to see Heath Ledger play Joker, man, like you're mega privileged. Mega privileged, because it's just never going to happen again. I firmly believe that Ledger's performance of the Joker was the best cinematic performance. Yeah, see, me and the homie are like right here. He said that pretty much as I was saying it. Yeah, and of course, like it's part of the legend that like there was some kind of darkness that he tapped into that ended up killing him. You know what I'm saying? Like he went to some really, really dark place. And that precipitated what ended up happening later on. I mean, that's like, those are some theories about that. I don't know. I definitely think it's possible. I think that the mind is a very powerful thing, and I think that you know, going there, you got to be careful, man, of where you go with some of that stuff, because I'm not even talking about like, oh, like the devil has possession of you because you did a song or you did a movie. It's not that. It's just the things that you have to do to yourself. I heard one time like he locked himself in a hotel room for like 2 months straight or something like that. Just all the crazy things you have to do to yourself to get to that level of darkness. I don't know. Maybe it took him a while to get out of it. He OD'd on like prescription meds or whatever. All right, guys, this is called Dead Set by the band Sevendust. Here we go. Let's go with a 4:09 timestamp. Dude, have you heard about the crazy shit that happened on the set of Passion of Christ? Yeah. Bro got struck by lightning. Somebody got bit by a snake. There's just a lot of crazy stuff at very pivotal moments when they were filming. That's like, okay, like, something else is going on here. And that movie, I don't care what anybody says, I've never seen a person who's ever watched that movie who didn't shed a tear somewhere, especially as he was getting flogged. That was just crazy. My family is working on a big rating of great villains with 6 different categories. We work on it when we go to road trips. Yeah, I think I just think that's really interesting to me, that your family, you guys all get together and stack villains. I just think that like for my time period, that character of the Joker was just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, here we go. Let's do it now. All right, so 4:10:45. So if you're the timestamp guy, it's 4:10:45. All right, guys, here we go. Sevendust, last song of the night. Last song of the night. It's called Dead Set. Let's go.
instead say, what can I do to remove it? What can you do to relieve it? As my mind just melts away. One single life needs not to die for such a cheap price. For one last flight, God save the child who lives like a whore. I made it through yesterday. Once I say I can't be saved, no more change. I dug so grave almost every day. Once I say I can't be saved, no more change. I dug so grave almost every day. One single life needs not to die for such a cheap price. For one last flight, God save the child. Once I say I can't be saved, no more change. I dug so great almost every day. Liar! Once I say I can't be saved, no more change. I dug so grave almost every day.
Yashari Robert. Yo, that was hard, bro. That was hard. When I say LaJohn freaking Witherspoon, this is the stuff that they do that nobody else can do. Because he has such a distinct voice and it's so unique. And this is like if I were to say like, yo, this right here, obviously Denial is like the Seven Dust song if you want to know what they're on, for sure. But if you want to know like the attitude and the energy of Seven Dust, of all the songs that we listened to today, it doesn't mean that other songs were trash. It just means that they were different. Okay? They were different from what Seven Dust normally does. But this was like, see, Tony understands this stuff. And you've been a DJ for a while. There is a sort of methodology to DJing. Like, I don't really have the time to explain it. But you got to kind of mix the songs up and do certain... You got to kind of like... You have to kind of think of it like a set list, right? And it's got to make sense, just like a set list would have to make sense, right? Like, Slipknot is not going to start off their set with Snuff. They're just not going to do it. So, like, I'm not putting any pressure on anybody. Obviously, if you buy yourself a stream, like, we're going to do it the way that, you want to do it. I'm just saying, like, there's some people, they kind of, like, function, like, when we say DJ or whatever, they kind of function that way because, like, even the way that, it's not the songs they select, it's also the way that they select the songs, and then the order they put the songs in that changes things. So anyway, shout out to Tony. He's got that experience. I'm not putting that on y'all. I'm just saying these are the perks that I get from doing this job. All right. Dwayne's back. We can start now. Okay, mashallah. We're doing this recording here. It's been 20 years and I still haven't gotten LaJohn and Howard Jones on a track together. Is unbelievable. That is a very good point. I'd love to see that. All right. Stuck in my bedroom with nothing but a voice in my head. Once my feeling was dead set, I watched my will begin to fade. What did you say to me? Am I restless? What can I do to relieve it? As my mind just melts away. Once I say I can't be saved, no more change. I dodge the grave almost every day. Woo! What the hell, man? What are you going through? Yeah, dodging the grave almost every day is a thing, man. I got a dude right now I'm working with him. And like every night, bro, is like, it's exhausting. I ain't gonna say it's exhausting. But like every night, bro, is like, I gotta figure out how to live. You know? It's tough. But taking care of somebody in that situation is difficult. But you also have to be like, okay, yo, if it's hard to take care of somebody in that situation, how hard it is do you think to be in that situation? See what I'm saying? Oh, that got me. Welcome home. I gotta definitely shoot tomorrow. I definitely gotta shoot tomorrow. What the hell? I definitely gotta shoot tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, so that line was really, really crazy. And like dead set is such a crazy term because it's like, I used to use that term a lot. Because it's the finality of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, it's like, it's dead set. Like, it's not, it's final. I hate that shit. I hate those kinds of finality. The older and older I get, the more I like those things less and less. You know what I'm saying? Because death is like the ultimate. Hence the term dead set. All right. Now my mind is at a standstill as I breathe to get away. Twice my feeling was dead and I watched my life begin to change. What can I do to remove this? What can you do to relieve it as my mind just melts away? One single life needs to die for such a deep price for one last fight. God save the child who lives like a whore. I made it through yesterday. That is a crazy line because it looks like he's talking about, again, some sort of addiction issue. Like he's trying to get away from something that's killing him, but he can't. He's not sure he's going to make it out. And then out of nowhere, it's God bless the child for living like a whore. That's just so interesting. God save the child who lives like a whore. Okay, I made it through yesterday. So he's saying, I lived like a whore, but I made it through yesterday. So God continued to save me from these situations. That is so crazy. How are you going to go and do the things that you're not supposed to do, but then ask God? I mean, that's human nature, though. That's how we are. Okay. You can't be mad at that. Okay. I'm going to go with that. As I breathe to get away, twice my feeling was dead, and I just watched my life begin to change. We talked about that. And then it just, like, it repeats. One single life needs not die for such a cheap price for one last fight. God save the child who lives like a... All 3 or 4 of these songs sounded to me like he was dealing with some serious struggles trying to get away. And I think we listened to about, out of the 4 songs we listened to, there's about 2 or 3 albums. I think 3 albums over 4 songs. And it looks like that's a constant kind of thing with him or whoever's writing. Well, remember, everybody in the band writes. Everybody in the band writes, so that is true. Like, maybe everybody at one point in time was dealing with that. But I also think that the lifestyle that he's afforded also creates that God save the child that lives like a whore. I think it's probably very, very difficult to maintain very, very serious relationships when you're living that way. Like, you're not having one screw up with the tour bus. Like, you're living like a whore. And so it's like, but he can't stop. My son's got a job in Nevada, so they're flying him out to Nevada or whatever. And he's like, yo, pray for me. And I'm like, what you want prayer for? He's like, the girls. Because it's Nevada. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have a free time. He's a strapping young lad, and he's, And I told him, I said, we had a completely separate conversation. It was about money. And I said, if you can figure this out relative to the money thing, you're going to be in really, really good shape when it gets to women. And he said, "Wow, what do you mean?" And I'm like, if you can balance money, man, then you're going to have the discipline to take care to be able to manage women, as far as like how you handle it. And it's one of the things that's very, very fascinating to me is that when you come into a lot of money, the discipline relative to females like leaves almost immediately. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, how interesting. And then it's like, you see this guy's going broke, like there's these nightmare scenarios, these dudes playing in the NBA, now they're working at Uber and all this, like, no disrespect if you work at Uber, but y'all know what I'm saying. And so it's like, the inability to control yourself is a gigantic problem that has ramifications like all over the place. So that is something that like the song was really hitting on. It's like he's saying like, I'm fighting every day. God sends a child to lives like a whore. So among all these other issues, he's got this problem. And if you live that way, your girl's probably not there for the support. So it's just it's a giant cycle of real badness here. And this is only their third record when this was happening. You know what I'm saying? Like it was only their third record, and they're making songs like this that I thought were pretty insightful. So, yeah, I think the solution there is, it's so funny. I remember being a kid and they got to sing the fruits of the Spirit. Like there's certain kind of attitudes of mind and things that you do if like the Holy Spirit is really active. It's like love, joy, peace, patience. And then like down the line it says self-control. And I remember I used to say to myself, like, this is ridiculous. Like self-control. Why would you put that like with love and peace and patience? Why would you say self-control? But you show me a guy that has no self-control, and I'll show you a guy that has no peace. He has no love. He has no joy. Self-control is a gigantic gift that God has given us that a lot of us need to exercise. And if you're not doing a good job at exercising self-control, ask Jesus and he'll help you, even if you're not on the team. Say, hey man, I got this drug problem. I need you to help me. I'm not necessarily on the team, but I heard you could help me. He'll help you even if you're not on the team. He will. I've seen him do it all the time. But whatever it is, your friends, Jesus, whatever it is, you got to figure something out so that you can get over this thing, whatever it is. When I say get over, I'm not talking about leave it in the past. I'm talking about like right now you're undering it. It's dominating you. You need to be over it and take a dominant position over that situation. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Hey, folks, I miss seeing you. I barely see any black people on a daily basis. Oh, man. Shout out to Joe Biden. Love it. I love it. Okay, the metal community rates that song from their best album. This was a song of the night to me, which again, I'm not putting any pressure on anybody, but like this is what I'm talking about with Tony and like people that have a little bit of experience with the thing. Like this was a song of the night for me because it combined deep lyricism with really good like the vocals that I'm that aggressive style that even when he's being like melodic in the chorus, it's still powerful and aggressive. And that to me is the signature of LaJohn vocally, but Sevendust as a band, is that even if we're being melodic, we could still be heavy. I wasn't really seeing that in the other song was almost a ballad, but this song like carried both of those like almost to perfection. And like that is, if somebody were to like, what's Sevendust, what are they about, what type of thing, obviously like they got the big song, but this would be one of those songs where I'm like, yo, you see those heavy guitars, like you can't just help but move, right? And then like you see this dude, like he's hitting notes, but he's hitting them aggressively. That's the difference. Unbelievable. That is LaJohn's style. That is where, like, if you're Sevendust, like you put together, you know what I'm saying, something really, really cool. What I gave it a 9.5 for this one. Tony gives it a 10, and then XBM says, "Song of the night for sure. The lyrical, melodic groove funk they're known for." Yeah. And then, yep, the instruments were heavy, and then Tony gave it a 10. All right, guys, it's been 4.5 hours. We got to listen to 4 songs. Shout out to Tony. Very, very good job on those selections, my boy. I'm coming right back. I'm not gonna say what I'm coming back. Just keep your eyes open for a notification. I want to walk it out instead of talking it out. You know what I'm saying? So keep your eyes open for notifications of when we're jumping on. Until then, guys, thank you guys very, very much. It was so fun hanging out with y'all. Damn, we got this.